Now I'm not. Thank you all so much for the well wishes. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Good morning. Thank you guys. Morning, Secure. What's up, man? Good morning. All right. Anything interesting happened today? Um, Cat's gonna rip. For those of you guys that are still in this, um, congratulations. Uh, we're rich, bitch. Um, thank you guys. Jimmy doing sympathy ups. I don't know about that. GameStop go. There we go. Spy dropped almost $1 in the last minute. That's, I mean, it's still fucking up like $5 already. Um, it's gonna stay like it's gonna normalize, but the gap up is significant. J Go Burr, exactly. It is a Starbucks cup. I had to drink fucking Starbucks this morning because I ran out of coffee, and I had like 10 minutes till the stream started, so not a lot of options. Hope your grandfather is eating well, sitting beside Odin. Thank you, Carl. Valhalla. I'm hanging in there. Do you work for Starbucks now? No. Fortunately for me, things haven't gotten so bad that I need to work at Starbucks yet. Uh, IV's a little high right now. You could probably wait till after earnings. I'm almost positive that they've failed to roll. So, at this point, I mean, you can probably just wait. IV is going to be picked up a lot today because of this gap up. Yesterday might have been a good opportunity. Today, probably not so much. They're starting to unionize finally. Holy fuck, I'm funded. Congratulations, Secure. Thanks, B Jets. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Here's some bucks so you can get some coffee. Is your electric water bill up to date? Have a better day. Thank you, Dr. K. I'm sure you'll find a way to ruin it, but I appreciate that, man. Holy shit, Grandpa John, you didn't have to do that, man. I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, dude. I actually know just the thing, but thank you so much. Yeah. Um, Next time you make money on cat, you should do a stream wearing Carhartt, a cat hat, and a lip full of Copenhagen. There's a way to become a billionaire with paper handing my money yet. I'm not sure. Paper trading? No, not currently. If I open up the Twitch stream, I think I can start giving away memberships, which I think would be super cool. That's kind of the big reason I want to have the Twitch also stream on Twitch. Thank you guys. $25 and a 130 on in Baba Weekly yesterday. Is this what it feels like to win? A little bit. I'm hanging in there. Thank you so much. Go to Twitch so we can use our free subs on you. I have a Twitch channel. I just don't know how to. I have to set up the thing where I can like stream on both. Yeah, I see it. I think there's like no, there's not really a sell wall there. It looks like they just have a triggered order here for 174. Volume's very insignificant currently. Thank you, VWAP and Saipa. If you weren't in Cat yet, would you grab a weekly? Historically, weeklies on Cat have been a terrible fucking idea. It is a slow moving stock. I mean, the Dow kind of gapped up this morning, so we're seeing some decent improvement in its price, but um, unless you're buying something really far out at a higher strike, they're going to be very expensive. And it's traditionally been very hard for it to break through this resistance here at like 208. It's only done it once in the last month or so. I've just been playing, the down to like 195 and then back up repeatedly. I was playing the breakout for a long time, and then on this last market correction last week, I stopped. I got out of those positions and just went in on 200s because it was at like 193. Um, yeah, so it's a little riskier here. Be aware of that, and you definitely want time. Cat doesn't trade a lot of volume, and it has a huge float. Thank you, King Ming. I appreciate that, man. Where is GME? There we go. Are you allowed to stream on both? Yeah, I don't have like a. I'm not like a partner or anything. You can't multi-stream while an affiliate? Seriously? Oh, that's horseshit. Oh well. That's annoying. Dandy Marsh, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. In honor of Grandpa Gherkin, may he his great reward. Thank you, I'm sorry to hear that, Dill Escobar.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
ABG and Rick. Do I have time? Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I don't like this one so much. The volume's really low. It does look like it's turning around, but RCI Hospitality. It's like a hotel chain, right? Interesting. Thank you, Dandy. I appreciate that, man. Give that Matt and Astro on Twitch. I don't think it matters. Interesting. Spy Call is up 185%. Yeah, my December 10th 465s are way up. It was a good call. Your non-financial opinion, will XRT experience a mini MOASS of GME and other retail stocks? It's possible. If they ever cover the short interest over there, I don't see why not. The highlighted trades, it just means that they're above the bid or below the ask, depending on if green or red, respectively. My Palantir calls are up a whopping $16 today. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. You've truly made it. Now you have $6. Thanks, Pseudonym. Well, thanks for being here. Here's to Grandpa Pickle. May Lady View up, embrace him on his way home. Thank you so much, Lurch. I appreciate that, man. $6 is $6. Well, he was -10 yesterday. But now he's rich again. This Popcorn Trader for Moonwind? For next Moonwind? I'm going to hold them till they expire worthless. It's like you're a professional. Did you miss Kaiser Dan's Ko-Fi? It's very possible. Temporarily had to pigeon hand paperwheel so I don't killed by my partner while we remortgage. I'll be back. Sad coup. Kaiser Dan, shame. Shame on you. Shame on you and your partner and your remortgage. Shame, shame, shame. Shame. Shame, shame. Also, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. But shame. Is your t-shirt outsides in? No. Thank you, Dominic Joseph. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. I'm not sure if he knew I did this, but I appreciate it, man. Why is RC only tweeting about DRS and not an options play? What if RC is just not tweeting about anything and you're all just fucking crazy? Have you thought about that? He said options, and there was the leverage guy with the sumo wrestler. There's plenty of options. I can pull out option shit out of my ass the same way you can hypothesize that his tweets are about DRS. How about analyzing tweets is fucking nonsense? I'm bullish as fuck. Digital good time. Is Discord audio working? Yes. If you can't hear me on Discord audio, it's likely that you don't have the right speaker connected. Check your audio settings. Kaiser Dan, and now you're a pigeon whale again. What the fuck are you doing to me here, bro? All right, shame retracted. Thank you so much for the support, dude. I appreciate it. He baited me. Unshame. Go back home, peasants. There'll be no whale meat today.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiendwop. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll
Tell her it's an
think.
OnlyFans subscription or
something. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously, guys, not a cult. Not a cult. Not a cult.
It is. I feel like how you feeling? I'm hanging in there, man. I'm doing good. I'll be all right. Do I sell my Friday 465s? I really never had a green option before. You could. I think it's going to continue up. Or at least I'm going to chase the trend a little bit here. But, you know, it never hurts to take some profits. So up like $8 today. Yet somehow my febs are down from yesterday. IV dropped? That's interesting. Are they just super far out of the money? Because that I mean they can just fluctuate based on that. Maybe refresh, double check. I feel like IV popped a little bit this morning. Do I buy 950 Jan now if I only have $2 to spend, or wait for another dip? You can buy them closer to the after earnings. Like I'm just waiting for these to go green. And then I'll probably ditch them and buy back in after earnings. Because they're an IV play, like my 950s. And so, you know, if there's gonna be IV crush, there's no sense in holding them through that. What is your opinion about DRS and Charlie's vids? I have an entire clip, I'm pretty sure, on what I think of Charlie vid's incorrect theories about DRS. He's wrong. I, I would say my current two biggest arguments with DRS is it's a little slow and it promotes inaction. I think those are the biggest issues with it. Other than that, though, he is absolutely incorrect about how the creation of FTDs somehow allows them to sustain price action or gets them out of their position. So DRS is not like FUD, and it does have an effect, but it's a slow one. It's not quick. It's not going to cause MOASS anytime soon. But if enough pressure is applied elsewhere, it could have a greater effect. Hunter Haley, you should do what you want and make your own decisions and not follow YouTubers, especially Charlie, because he's crazy and an idiot. Thank you. What's that button do? Do you, as an experienced optionist, plan on creating options mid MOASS? I mean, I might try to sell some covered calls at the peak. Maybe I'll just sell naked calls at the peak and get burned really hard. I don't know. No, I won't. Poor man covered calls? Possibly. No, his case doesn't hold water. His case is incorrect. I don't think he understands how continuous net settlement works. I guess it's an easy point to get confused on, but maybe you should make sure that you're right in some regard before spreading that kind of stuff. Does it make you nervous noticing the Chinese Moon River is a mere 2 to 3 months from discovering you and DFE's hideout just over the moon's horizon? Oh, is that what that fucking little thing is? I used to watch Charlie's stuff and pointing out misinformation in one of his vids. He just kept removing my comments. Yeah. It's because people who know they're wrong will promote echo chambers. They will attempt to remove dissenting opinions. That's why I don't do that. As much as I really hate some people and they're huge assholes, I try to carry the conversation through because I think it's beneficial to this community as a whole. Oh yeah, I play 0 DTE options. I have 1 DTEs on the SPY right now in my WeBull account. They're up bigly. Ooh, the SPY just gapped up. It's not easy to gap up on Hankanashi candles. Okay, it filled. But still, that was nuts. Do you think Evergrande will affect the market the way some people say it will? Maybe. Thank you, Paisan. I appreciate it, man. Just say his name. We all know it's not just Sir Dinkus. Sir Dinkus, I don't even think it's that bad. Sorry if I'm asking the same questions. I'm living in Spain and I bought GME directly. If you're the owner, I don't understand the Charlie opinion. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, he, so uh, DRS does increase the number of FTDs, but I think the way he's thinking of it is that they're clearing the FTDs, which they do, but to clear FTDs, they need volume, and to get volume, they need probably less DRSing, right? The more people DRS, the more illiquidity there is in the stock, which makes it harder for them to hedge options and also harder for them to push FTDs through continuous net settlement into the obligations warehouse. Without the volume to clear those, then they're kind of stuck in a position where they have to cover, or they have to raise the price of the underlying in order to create liquidity. No supply, and then there's a demand, creates movement. $350%. Should have YOLO'd into this one call, I guess. Are GME options so expensive, or is it just me not understanding the way they are priced? It's because GME is volatile, and it is likely that even out of the money calls will be realized, especially long term. And so they charge more for them because their odds of going in the money are higher. Thank you, Quarter Pounder. Are these on normal? Oh, these are on normal candlesticks. Ah. I was like, how the fuck did that gap up? I've seen it happen, but it's not common. They start at the midpoint of the previous candle unless they exceed the peak. So, on WeBull at least, not every trading platform, but on WeBull, if the price is like jumps like if this gapped $1, the next candle would start up here. I've had it happen before. But different platforms have Hankout Ashi candles programmed differently. I think I've seen them gap on IBKR also. FYI, you got more anti-pickle FUD going around about you on Super Stonk, salty options losers. Fuck them. I don't care. Oh, no epic pen. Shit, I'll fix that. Willem Weaver, sorry about your loss. I wasn't able to listen long yesterday. Missed it. May your grandpa look down on you and be proud of all your achievements. Thank you, Willem. I appreciate that. There we go. Is that working now? Yes. I actually got it to stop crashing, which is cool. It's not super stonkers. It's just a few people, and it's always the same ones that I don't know. I don't know what they're mad about. Haters, partially. That's definitely part of it. And then like people who just don't read what I post but want to jump on the bandwagon with the other people who are saying negative shit. That's about it. And Carl. Carl's got like 10 accounts. He likes to stir up controversy. It keeps the channel interesting. Should I try to roll my Feb 350s into April's this next run, or just try and lower my strikes? That's up to you. Do you want more time? Do you not want more time? Do you want your position to be a little safer? These are the questions you need to ask yourself and then make a determination. Do I take 300 profits and just walk away? Or do I see if the SPY just rips back to all-time highs? Fuck it. I'm going to take some profits from my December 10th. No, I should sell these first. I'll send you $4.99 if you don't read this comment. Well, I read it, so don't do that. Thank you, rotting potatoes. Carl's actually just all the pigeon whales. It's Carl and President Darth Dan and Han, and then everyone else is just one of their rehypothecated accounts. Thank you, Games. I appreciate it, man. No problem. Anytime. SPY has to retrace, or this would be the single largest daily candle in SPY history. No retracement, only up. J-Pow said so. Just want to let you know when you were hurting, we're all hurting. Love you, man. Thank you, Segan. I appreciate that. I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. Are you on Top Chat? Probably. What's up with all the wicks? Volatility within the range of the candle moon. You fiend. God damn it, you sense it anyway. Thank you, Rotting Potatoes. I appreciate it. Am I drinking Starbucks? I am, unfortunately. Well, I'm glad I waited. Thank you, Veg D. No problem, John. Thanks for being a part of it. Did you DRS your BlackRock? December 17th is the expiration date, Starch Monk. The exposure for that date's the following week. So you probably don't want to YOLO into December 17th. Is earnings end of day or pre-market? End of day, I believe. Too many potatoes in here. Are there any good books, podcasts, or YouTube videos to understand options a little better? I think options as a strategic investment is a good place to start. How's your if you have some fundamental knowledge of the market already, then I recommend that book. If you don't, it can be a little advanced. But you know, a reread of it will probably get you to where you need to be if that's the case. You think J-Pow and Pelosi have a secret love baby? I don't know. Thanks for all you continue to do for sharing, trusting your community with yesterday's news. My wife even told me to send my best to my friend. You, Palantir Jan, $23.25 call is up 15% already. Awesome, man. January 21 SPY 475s coming in hot. Might sell once they're green. Are you going to wait until after earnings to buy more shares calls? Probably. I think yesterday was an okay entry, but especially towards market close yesterday, which I wasn't here for, but I would say the next decent entry is probably going to be after earnings a little bit. It looks like they've failed to roll, so we shouldn't see a lot of price action between earnings and the 22nd. Are there any books, YouTube videos, etc., to reduce my knowledge on options? I feel like I need to give myself a handicap to make things fair for the market. You could just watch Matt Kors. That should help you. That should help you a lot. You can read Wall Street Bets, Daily Thread. Both of those things will help reduce your knowledge. Cat looking nice again. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's back above 204. I mean, everything I have left now is just profits. So I can just ride this and see where it goes. I don't have to like bail out right now. Oh, that's not what I want there. That is. This is starting to level off a bit, right? Or is it? Is it just gonna keep fucking going? Yes. It doesn't care. Look, 420. What a good deal. You put your left foot in, and then you take your left foot out. You put your left foot in, and you shake it all about. That's how you trade the SPY. See Lauer praising Coors and directing people towards his channel. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. That's cringy. Well, that's another bridge burned. Toro looking good. You like it as a cat light play? I don't like light plays. You have any comments on the senior social media manager's comment on Twitter? SS has been going crazy all morning. Not sure how I feel. What did he say? Is that the guy who was like, our tweets don't mean anything, but it's fun to watch you guys speculate? Put your SPY put in, you pull your SPY put out. Amazing, Acer. It's so easy. Children could do it. Are you buying 100 contracts, not shares? Contracts hold more than one share, I believe. Oh. That's directed elsewhere. PFOF is a problem. Listen. No one gives a fuck about PFOF unless they stand to make money on it. I don't give a shit about payment for order flow because I'm not going to make money on payment for order flow. The only people that are actively against payment for order flow, like Gensler or Lauer, stand to benefit by Citadel no longer having payment for order flow. There's always a motive. There's always an incentive. Everyone in the market, this is the one place where you know that everyone is truly just in it for themselves. Do you think we'll see some delta movement on Feb 18 call contracts? Probably on price improvement. I've had a lot of long-term contracts on GameStop, and they basically do nothing, and then they spike super hard. What is going on with the SPY today? It's just not giving up. Is that it? Is it done? Nope, it's not. Pure bullishness. SLD is done. Look at it go. I'm going to take profits here. And then I'm going to ride the rest of my 465s a little bit longer. As long as we don't slip 465.50, 460. I guess if we don't slip 467, then I'll keep them. That was a nice $500 opening bell. 33 minutes. Not too bad. GameStop's breaking out of its morning consolidation. There it goes. Ooh. If this doesn't bounce here, I'm getting out of my my December 10th 465s. Ooh, it's gonna bounce. Maybe. My Feb 18 175. See you're printing for sale 4K. Would it be better to drop them by end of day earnings and rebuy in for lower IV? You could. Yeah, that's an option. They're in the money right now though, so you may want to let them ride a little bit and see what happens going into earnings. You put your spy put in, you take your spy put out, you do the market polka, and when you turn around, your whole account is zeroed out. I'm in the market not just for myself, but also for all the single mothers I'll be helping. Bill Murray in the movie Kingpin style with my money. Nice, the ghost of Dan. I plan to use that $500 profit for the 510C gang. I don't know about that. If you had hypothetical Feb 300Cs that were hypothetically down 2000, would you ditch them after today and then rebuy closer to the 23rd? Yeah, let's see what today's movement does. Not necessarily today, but maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's earnings, so IV could pick up significantly. Hopefully that will put them a little green again, especially if you bought when the stock was priced higher, right? And if you're looking for an opportunity to average that down, you're gonna want to look for those moments where IV or price are moving, and that's when you want to get out, and then you want to get back in when the price drops and IV drops off. But like if you get out on a low and buy in on the low, you're just taking the loss here. Like be patient is what I'm saying. Like those contracts will realize that value possibly in the near term. If we get like a surge going into earnings, like a little one, that could spike IV really hard. IV's more sensitive right now because of earnings. So there could be an opportunity to exit those calls profitably and then get back in a few days later, much, much cheaper. Unless they announce something crazy, then you might be fucked. But DRS people, Panda Dude. I think people can probably do what they want. Do you still believe in the possibility of MOASS in December? It's unlikely, but there's a chance. I've always considered that the most likely scenario is probably January. If they had rolled, then a possibility of MOASS in December was there. I don't think that's possible without a roll. So if they'd rolled the futures contracts into that December ETF exposure, that could have been pretty significant. Since they've failed to roll their futures contracts thus far and only have 2 more days to do so, it looks like we're going to be seeing a fail cycle, and we're going to see the brunt of our price action occur in January. XRT breaking 96 today. Nice. Where's Max Payne? Still up above? Hold on. Max Payne's still at like 195, 187.50. Yeah, we still have some room to the upside. Has Ivy historically dropped after earnings on cycles where they failed to roll? Yes. Good morning, Dirk. How are you? You don't look pale today. Spray tan? No. No. It's just I have weird lighting. And so if I turn it up really bright, I look very ghostly. I'm more of a darker skin tone generally. I don't go outside a lot, so it's definitely not a tan. And if I was sprayed tan, I'd be orange and from New Jersey, which those are both false. Do you think all this put action from shift search is people hedging their long calls? Could be. Um, could be bears, right? I would say there's a lot of bearish plays on GME right now, but it's weighted weird because of those in the money puts. There's like hundreds of thousands of or deep out of the money puts. The 11 million shares that we show pop up available to borrow, if they were created through ETFs, Were they FTD and T plus 35 from where we saw it? Possibly. I believe that was the 20th, right? Not necessarily T plus 35, but maybe also a settlement period. If it was Vanguard, it's likely through ETFs, so it's T plus 9 plus 35 calendar days. What if all the institutions buying Jan calls plan to exercise on December spike to juice their performance number before the end of the year? Awesome. I mean, don't think that funds don't know that they can pump GameStop and make their fucking year earnings look way better. Nice, man. Congratulations. I'm now up $4 on my Jan calls. Woo. XRT shorted over 200%. You want to talk about that? I have a bunch. I've talked about it for a couple of months now. I know Reddit's just realizing it now, so whatever. XRT's short interest has been as high as 600%. I don't want to go too much into that. It presents issues. Can't believe you didn't hear that JPOW upgraded the pillars holding up the SPY with reinforced Boltonium, the most bullish element known to man. Thank you, Nesquik. This is accurate. September was a fail cycle, but the price didn't move much. Couldn't that happen again? Yeah. Well, there were some issues with September. First and foremost was that September's fail cycle followed a massive amount of institutional selling. Um, Over 12 million shares were sold between June and the September cycle, or July, yeah, June and the September cycle. So FTDs were very low, but we still had the anomaly occur within the expected window, right? Like we still saw that anomaly that we predicted play out, just to a lesser degree, but it was still there. And much like last September's anomaly, very faint but present. The January cycle is vastly different in not only in the amount of exposure, but in the number of FTDs due at year end. I did. I sold it because I knew I wasn't gonna be watching it, and so I got out. Did you know I was born in Jersey? Oh, that explains so fucking much, Moonwind. Wow. Now I understand. GameStop's, well, it was up 8%. If they keep talking about spray tans, just show them black and white blue shirt, Kirk. Are you optimistic on earnings? No. Should I be? I think they will be mostly unspectacular. Could they be better than that? Sure. But will they be? Quarter three. It's not the best retail quarter. I'm actually very bullish on quarter four earnings. I think those could be very interesting. Oh, shut up. Give that and Donut run. Is Donut still ripping? Thank you. Who's coughing now? Good to know. Do you think there will be a sideways and down time frame between 1227 and 110? Or could we potentially run because of FTDs in this time frame? There could be some volatility in that time frame, but I don't think we're gonna run. You're discussing between here. Wait, December 20. Well, you want to give this 3 days. So from here to here, this should be pretty stagnant. Shouldn't be a lot of activity in this period. Is that 3 days? That's way more than 3 days. Hold on. My little measuring tool. This is 1 and then 1, 2, 3. So from December 29th through January 10th, there should be very little going on. Nope. You guys can't see that. Hold on. I'm fixing it. Nope, that didn't work. Yeah, so that period, not a lot happening. There also shouldn't be a lot going on in this period. Now, if they do again what they did in November, we may see the price start to climb into the exposure date. If they try to fuck with the time frame again. So be prepared for that in regards to weeklies and stuff. They may try to hedge in advance like they did in just now here. So if they try to hedge in advance of this date, just be prepared for that. But yeah, for the next probably week or so, we shouldn't see too much happen. It should be pretty stagnant. There could be some volatility from earnings if something is announced, but I don't think it's going to be too much. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't sell out of all my calls. This is amazing. You can do it, spy. Do you plan to sell your 950s then the 21st, 23rd? If they spike a bunch before earnings, I'll probably sell them and buy back in sometime in the next week after earnings. But only if they go up like a decent amount. Like let's see, I've got about 6,000 put into 950s right now. So unless I see like 20% profits on that, I'll probably just leave them and average them down into December, the December 22nd exposure window. So like if they don't, print within my expected range, then I'll just hold them and average them down. Like I'll put like another 2 or 3,000 into them and average them down if they end up cheaper before the run. The purple 300 line is off, right? Yes, way. I think I moved it by accident. Weird that Ivy is still lower than what it was at market close yesterday. It is a bit odd. It spiked here for briefly, but it hasn't held. Usually IV gains going into earnings hold longer. But I guess this wasn't like enough movement. It's due to the volume, right? Like volume's very low. So you know, if we're not moving on a lot of volume, we're not going to really see IV go up. Are you going to stream earnings tomorrow? Probably. So your IVs were a cheap way to play the role. Now you're going to average down for December Gex exposure. Seems pretty smart. I haven't really lost much money on them. Actually, some of my Januaries are still up because I bought them before that IV spike on that breakout. Not up a lot, but a little. And I bought some when the price dipped pretty hard. And those were pretty cheap as well. I have like 10 contracts that are still like, and they're like $5 green, but I figure it's a good call for playing a cheap IV spike. BBIG looking good after being a miserable bag holder for the last month. Congratulations. $6 on 100K volume, -2 on 35. I would say that we have enough data to draw the conclusion that 17K volume equals $1, implying 500 million short. Price action would reach around 30K. Quick maths. You could try that. So you're trying to do like a liquidity test. The problem with that is if all the volume is directed to one side, Sinister. Like if it's all buy volume, you start to see the price gap up. Once the ask side of the order book is cleared out and buy volume continues to rush in, market orders will fill the next available ask. And to an extent, clearinghouses will attempt to control that. But if the pressure is high enough, they won't. At what strikes and timeframes do you plan to buy your earnings put hedge? I'll probably buy it sometime tomorrow. Currently at 176, I would be buying 175 puts for April. If those are available. They may not be. I may have to get in the money. Or no, I am gonna do in the money. So I'd be getting like 175. So that's right. Point. Oh wait, no, that's not puts. 180s, I guess I would be doing. No, delta's too low. 240s, I guess. Ugh. Those are expensive as fuck. 0.58. I guess we'll have to see if the price comes up or not. But I guess if I were to buy them today, I would probably buy 230s. Why April? Mostly unaffected by the earnings IV crush. I have not, Hubert. I still haven't watched that show. Is your Jan 950 method to profit from IV spikes more risky than lower strikes in January? Well, it has more IV already. But no, not really. I mean, yes, they have what's their IV right now? 1 second. I'll tell you. IV's 158% on those. I mean, it's the IV on these is about 89% at the money. So IV on these is a little less than double. IV at the money, like the IV 30. So yeah, I don't really think they're I don't think they're more risky. Obviously they're gonna realize gains faster and realize losses faster than a lower strike would. Like a lower strike will not move as quickly. Um, but I think I think for IV they're fine, right? Like I'm not expecting those to go in the money anytime soon. Yeah, puts for earnings to hedge my long position. Since April is so far out, if you buy a 230 put and price spikes to 230, you expect volume contract value to drop to what an at the money one is right now. I mean, you definitely lose money. Uh, yeah, I would say fairly close. I mean, IV will pick up, so the losses won't be as bad. Like if the price just jumps $50, like obviously IV is gonna go up. 230. But then I could hold them, and see what happens. Let's see. IV's only 4% off. Those are calls. Puts. About $3,000 a contract and loss. Yes. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but yeah. Yeah. But I'm not going to hold them for that whole movement, right? Like if the price runs like $20 or 10, even like $15 after earnings to the upside, like I'm going to ditch those puts pretty quickly, right? Like I'm not going to hold them across a $50 price increase. Do you know what range we can expect for the December run? We have pretty hard resistances to the upside at 225 and 250. Okay, I'm going to get out of my spy calls. This looks like it's going to start dipping. I am up a lot. I don't want to lose those profits. Fill. Not filling. There we go. Filled. Could today's price run have been caused by 800K GME ETF FTDs on the 28th? That's possible. Wait, no. Reported FTDs are cleared when they're reported. So no. Character name. FTDs are not covered 35 days after the day they're reported. They're covered the day they're reported. So the FTD data can't tell us anything about what's coming in the future. It can only confirm things that we saw in the past. If FTDs are, 800K on October 28th, and then on October 29th, they're, whatever number lower, say like 100K. That means that 700K were covered. Those do not, it's a rolling total. Get a cat, Kyle. By the way, today I've made up my T-Doc losses with the SPY. Congratulations, Ryan. Awesome, man. Thoughts on the SS report of a GameStop press conference tomorrow? They announce a press conference with all of their earnings calls. Everyone always gets their tits all jacked about it. They might say something. They might not. They might just, say a big bunch of nothing, like at the shareholders meeting. Played 30% of capital made, 33% profits chasing the SPY. I'll take it. Awesome, Zakir. Congratulations, dude. Do you think it's a bad idea to sell my call before earnings without a loss to buy in after the short attack? Not necessarily. There may not be a short attack. And I mean, if you have long dated calls, it just doesn't. And like, you don't want to fuck with your position that much, or you bought super deep into the dip over the last couple days, then you're probably fine. Palantir price action. I generally don't look at Palantir for day trades, but it's probably just bouncing back with the market a little bit. It looks good, yeah. It's a nice bounce. God, look at that gap up on the SPY. Fucking Christ. God, I'm so good at doing market things. Yeah, Palantir looks fine. I have like a long position in Palantir. Intraday, it tends to move pretty slow. It's a bit unpredictable. It's got a lot of short interest. So there's a lot of fuckery that goes on. It's implied volatility, salty dog. It's an attempt at predicting the volatility of the underlying. What if the CEO walks out and says hedgies are fucked and walks off the stage? Is that just supremely bullish? That's pretty bullish. I don't think that's going to happen. Check Intel. What's Intel doing? Is Intel just... Ooh. Like... It looks like it's... I think it's going to backfill. Like, it looks like it tried to find some support here at 52, but I think if the market loses traction, it's going to fall further. There might be like a bear play here, like a in and out put play. Maybe like in the money, like $53 puts. Do they have those on this? They should. Yeah, $53 puts for Friday, and maybe see a bit of a fill to the downside because um, even though it's got this double bottom, I don't think it's going to sustain this peak for the day. It doesn't look good, at least. Like it's looking like it's having a bit of a hard time supporting that rally. Until now, it's getting into smart car tech, LiDAR, etc. A bit behind. It's just that all the companies that are acquiring earnings are coming to them, which, duh. You're looking real submissive and breadable today. Thanks, Moist. AQST under 6 still. I'm telling y'all, it's gonna rip like LGVN. $28 price target. Huge FDA coming. Okay, cool. INCC probably was forced to, as they lost the CPU to AMD for Tesla cars. It's way better. Yeah, I feel like Intel. I mean, don't get me wrong. Intel's taking advantage of the thing they have lots of, money. You don't be the you aren't the premier chip manufacturer for 20 years without putting away some cash. So if they need new tech, they can buy it. What's up, Jason? How you doing today, man? Intel are not on top anymore, though. No, but they're still rich. So they can diversify like crazy. They can just acquire tons of company. They can acquire new technology. They can acquire R&D, like whatever they need, they can buy, and they can survive because of that. Not knocking your decision to buy GME puts post earnings. Does it make you feel guilty at all? Like, I know I can make a few bucks, but at the same time, that's my boy. I actually hate buying puts on GameStop. It feels shitty. Um, but I've got an open call position of 6 figures, and like I or 5 figures, almost six, and I need to hedge that, right? Like I can't just let it lose 10% in value overnight without a hedge. So while it feels bad, um, if they're gonna spend money shorting my boy, I'm gonna take some of that money from them. Could you hold out of the money 121.22 calls into the violent January run up if, as assumed, they may pre hedge, or will Theta Decay wreck their value by that time? Yes, it will. Theta Decay will ruin 950s at that point. Any super far out of the money call. They will need to go up significantly before they start seeing any value. I know your open call position 6 figures, but I bought at better times than you, man. How much of your capital do you have locked into GME currently? Sorry if too personal. It's like almost after earnings before the December run up, it will be like 72%, I think. Nice popcorn trader. Fuck, I shouldn't have taken profits on my spy calls. It's just still going. Son of a bitch. No, I did the right thing, but I'm mad about it. Well, it just looks like it's time. Do I buy some 469s? Buy some 470s. What's this looking like? That's a spy put spot for Jan 7, aiming at an 18% drop. That's after the next SLD date, right? Are you just playing the spy in the meantime? Pretty much. The spy is an excellent place to learn to trade options. So I figure people can learn while GameStop trades sideways for a few weeks. I haven't traded the spy actively in a long time, so I'm a bit rusty, but I'm getting there. You're really bad at this. Um have you already entered your hedge tomorrow? Instead of a hedge against your GME calls, can I interest you in a nice succulent or algae? No, thank you, Sir David P. Spy Fi. Any room to play DWAC further? They just got $1 billion in funding. It's a pump and dump and a scam. I would stay away from it. And I don't think they secured any funding. There's no proof of that yet. Just a statement. Cat at 205. I know. I have 15 calls left, and I'm just letting them. I'm just gonna let them ride. I think, unless I see like a significant dip, Because I think this recovery in the market could spur an actual breakout for a change instead of it just getting rejected at 210 again. Would you hold Jan 21 2020C through earnings? If so, do you believe they'll still return value by end of December if earnings is negative? Tricky. If they're up, you may want to. I don't know, if you see an opportunity to get out pre-earnings that you find attractive versus your cost to buy the options, then you can do that and then try to buy back in after. But what if earnings is good? That's the risk you're taking, Lisandro, is that earnings may not be negative, and then it'll be far more expensive to get back into those calls. So right now you're watching to see if it consolidates, then play puts or re-enter with your calls. What? The SPY? I already bought 470s for December 10th. I might buy some more. The recovery looks strong. It's played out long enough that it should fill back up to that upper, like towards that upper channel. How's your cat looking? It's up a lot. I bought them at 93, 193. So they're doing good. They're for January. So lots of time on them. I'm not really losing any value to Theta Decay. They're all $5 in the money now. I missed the $200 DM. What was it? Can you share? Um, I'm guessing he didn't want me to. That's why he DM'd me and didn't just write it in the message box. So I wouldn't feel comfortable sharing that. If I go back to Jersey, would we hang out? No. Are you surprised this price action GME today? Now that they're letting it run up again, it worries me about an impending heavy short attack post earnings. I don't think we're up, and we're just kind of at average, like below. We're below VWAP. We're still low, right? Like have we even regained the? I don't even think. Yeah, we haven't even broken back through the EMA 120 or 160. So I guess we broke through it a little bit, but is that the 160? That's the 160. Yeah. So we're bouncing a little, but yeah, it's. I wouldn't even say it's confirmed yet. We definitely bounced off the EMA 200, but that was to be expected as that was a substantial low. Call volume picked up significantly right there. Yeah, we moved back up. We gapped up a little bit overnight. We're now, back above the EMA 180, but we've still got some distance to climb. Could they short it after earnings still? Of course, but are they going to do the same thing again? That's the question you have to ask. Is like, if you see an opportunity for them to do something different, assume that they'll try to take advantage of that opportunity. Their position's already so exposed that they're working within these very tight windows to try to manipulate the price action on GameStop. And so as long as you can plan for the entirety of that window, then you should be safe. Can you options trade as a job? Yeah. There's 211 OI on 1210 100C. Is that significant? Yeah. So when we hit the EMA 200, there were a lot of arbitrage opportunities to buy in the money options and exercise them for less than market price. Anytime we have a hard drop like that, that's usually the case. Institutions took advantage of that. They bought $70 and $100 calls. I believe they bought. There were actually a bunch of in the money calls they purchased on that. I think there was some open interest in. What was it? I think the 140s saw some, 160s saw a decent amount, but out here in January we saw a bunch come in here at like $15. There were a few, and then a bunch at 100 here as well. So institutions looking to get into a long position, sometimes they can find a call that is cheaper than market price. And when we're dipping hard, it's a little easier because of the bid-ask spread. And they will snap up those contracts as an easy entry. I don't think it's retail doing it because we're talking about millions and millions of dollars per trade. So it could be, but it's unlikely. You don't want to walk the Jersey Shore hand in hand. No. I bet if they let it run into the high 190s after earnings. See, I don't think they want here's the caveat to that is I don't think they want earnings to run super hard, right? Because then, it has the opposite effect of them shorting the fuck out of earnings, which is everyone's like, "Oh, I guess GameStop had a good earnings." Cuz most market participants, believe it or not, don't understand earnings, right? They just see a spike running, like a stock running post earnings, and they're like, those earnings were clearly fantastic, and they buy it. And the reason they short the shit out of our earnings is to prevent that kind of FOMO from flowing in. So what you're saying is those market participants just chase a lot. I have jammed 100 Baba puts that were doing really well up until yesterday. I'm now down 20%. Should I hold or sell at a loss? I mean, if the spy's turning around, I know Hang Seng had a pretty good night last night or day. And it's coming down, but it's a little. Maybe it'll fill. It gapped up so hard though. Let me look on a longer time frame. It may fail here. You may see some. I don't know how far out your calls are or your puts are, but you may see some consolidation after this run, and then like maybe a dip back down to like 120 ish. So you may be able to get, as long as your theta is not eating up your position, you may be able to get a little bit of your money back. May not, but I guess I would try to wait for that or be patient. As long as I had the theta. If I had weeklies, I'd be out. 20% loss is a lot. I really want to grab a call for earnings. It's so tough to try and gauge what they will do. It is. Oh, that's the wrong stock. There we go. Bro, just cut Citadel's Wi-Fi if you want them to stop shorting our stock. I think a Citadel employee posted a picture of their building in Evil Buildings last night, like the subreddit. That building does look evil. Guaranteed AMC plus GME partnership announced during earnings tomorrow. If I'm wrong, I'll buy 1 share of GME. That doesn't sound like a loss. I bought Intel puts and realized there's news potential. 50 billion Mobileye IPO partnership and self-driving cars. Interesting. So I mean, you probably haven't lost much in this, 40-cent window. You could always flip to the long side and just straddle it. Like if you just expect it to move, you could probably, is there, I'm assuming you're buying weeklies. There's 5350s that might be okay. Is IV just spiking super hard? So much volume. China's teetering. I don't get it. This is, something a lot of people seem to be missing is that just because the Chinese markets fail, that's not necessarily bad for the US markets. A lot of China's economic growth over the last decade was due to the crash in 2008. It allowed them to gain a lot of ground. And if they are crashing, the US can, take advantage of that. A lot of that capital has to go somewhere. If people are pulling their money out of the Chinese markets and losing faith, where do you think they're going to put it? That doesn't mean that the US markets are any less toxic, but I find it strange that there are no 40 strike on GME weeklies. No, they have them on the leaps, but I don't think we'll see a flash crash again. Yeah, the spy calls I bought her up. So it's negative 35 and 44% is bad on my Feb calls. You can average that down, Jeff. But no, those are very far out, right? I said if he's down 20% on weeklies, that's significant. If you had like leaps on Baba puts, you know, and he's down 20%, that's not a very big deal. How come no March options for GameStop? Not yet. The March monthlies should pop up probably after December 17th. I think right before December 17th they'll show up. Yeah, Cat's running hard, which is fantastic. GME may test 180 another time. It might. I'm gonna update Reddit. Dun, dun, dun. The meme ETF to launch tomorrow. Okay. What is the chart telling us? Is it really flat after that rise to 180? I mean, it is. This looks like, you know, it could be the in the money calls that were purchased. As we see institutions start to position and hedge for earnings, we can expect some volatility like that. I mentioned that this morning. So, you know, if we see these breakouts above VWAP, they could be kind of volatile. It won't be a flash crash because they'll halt it for 2 or 3 days. It's true. I've never seen you so up to date on following chat. Chat's a little slow today. I don't think there's too many people in here. If you guys could drop some likes, it's a big help. I appreciate it. Doesn't that some degree depend on degree of U.S. investment in Chinese debt? It does, but again, that money can still be pulled out, right? So yeah, I mean it is relative. There is a push and pull there, but overall it could be beneficial to US economic growth over the next uh, you know, 10 years if China fails before we do. It's huge. It's one of the reasons probably for us, strongest reasons for us to continue propping up the market and for the Fed to not taper. When the word work, make 200% of my SPY calls. Nice. I did very good on the 465s, and then the ones I bought this morning also. And then these are up decently. Like this isn't even necessarily a bad time for me to take profits on these. I'm not going to because they're for December 10th. I have a little time. I think the recovery is going to continue. Um, it looks just great right now. Like it's just gaining ground, continuing up. Even in the midday, like the midday lull, we're still seeing like a steady uptrend. So it looks good. I think I'll probably hold these through today, maybe into tomorrow. What platform do you use for trading? For on the stream, this is Webull. There's a link down below. I do not recommend holding like GameStop positions with them, but I like them as a trading platform. They have a decent UI and good order execution for options, which is nice. My other primary trading platform that I use is IBKR, but I also use Schwab, Fidelity, Vanguard, Tasty Trade occasionally. I have one Feb call left. That's good, Mitch. Sorry to hear you got burned on 11/26, man. I know a lot of people did. Remember Hong Kong protests before COVID? Yeah. What's the light bulb? You don't use computer share in Terabang? I don't. It's well, not a trading platform and not a brokerage. So of course I don't trade through computer share. Is it possible that it will halt trading for GME during MOASS? If that happens, do we just wait? I'm very new. Thank you so much for all your info. I've learned so much. Is it possible they will halt trading during MOASS? Oh, they will repeatedly. You just wait. Yeah. Do you think the SPY will hit 500 in this run before China gets to us or MOASS happens and all that risks? Um, it's possible. SLD is going to be occurring again in December, though. So, like, and that seems to have a corrective effect on the market. I would say growth for the next, 20 trading days or 15 trading days, maybe we'd hit an all-time high again at maybe 480. I don't think we're going to hit 500 in the near term. I don't know why people are trying to trade GME at all. It's a terrible day trade stock. Um, and, provides liquidity so the short hedge funds can shuffle away their FTDs and not cover them. Um, Bingo, bango, bungo. Thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. I don't know anything about fishing, popcorn trader. I think everyone's pretty aware of like the halt process. Cool, Daddy. I think Zakir used to have a link. Zakir, do you still have the link for the limit up, limit down rules for NYSE? The problem is people panicking after a halt. I generally use log. You should use log if the stock you're looking at is very volatile. But yeah, I don't really use linear much. I tried to when I first started doing this because I thought it would be easier for people to understand, but everyone seems to pretty much understand the reasoning behind log charts at this point. It makes it easier to look at larger price swings. Oh, I was wondering if you had the limit up, limit down link for the NYSE Secure for the trading halts. I know you used to post that all the time. I don't know if you still have it or not. So I'm trying to learn options and I'm paper trading a lot. That's a good way to do it. And one thing that I've noticed is that when I buy monthly out of the money options, my contract almost instantly goes red. That's not bad, right? You might be buying too high. Like you probably want to look at you're probably buying the ask, right? Which might be above like the value of the contract. So so you might want to buy like the mid or closer to the bid and try to get like a better value. I saw his question. Picking up on your talk, Ray, buying puts ahead of tomorrow to hedge possible hedge fund short post earnings. When will you do that? 5 minutes before close? You use another indicator like IV today? No, the contracts I'm planning on buying to hedge are really kind of unaffected by IV currently. So I'll just pay for like less theta. It really doesn't make a difference if I buy them today or tomorrow. Um, but I'm just waiting. I'm gonna see if they try to dip us into earnings hard. If they do, then I want to probably wait till that's done to buy into my put contracts as they're just a hedge. Then they'll be a little bit cheaper. Well, it's not that they're going to be cheaper if we go down, but it's I want to see what they do with the price over today and tomorrow, essentially, to see where I want to like what strike I want to buy those at. Because all I want to hedge is earnings, right? Like I'm not looking to hedge for a longer period of time, so I don't plan on holding those contracts for very long. Yeah, my spy chart's not on HA candles right now. In the middle of our dip last week. Oh, if you get an opportunity to get out of them, good luck. Uh, I don't know what would be the motivation for buying those contracts. Were you just buying them to play earnings? Yeah, I think that's it. Secure. Yes, thank you. Yes. Yeah, there's a link there for that. That's awesome. Yep, that works. Thank you, Secure. If anybody's interested in the NYSE limit up, limit down rules and trading halts, check that out. How do you get the top and bottom chart to show different graphs? If I changed one, both changes in WeBull. I have no idea. Make sure that your settings, you don't have it set to same symbol up here. You want to turn that off. No, arbitrage, very stable right now. At least going into this morning, it was. It resolved to the upside with the gap up, and yeah, it looked pretty stable at market open. Do you wonder if when this actually happens, if other brokers, even the ones we trust, will be honest? And I have zero fear concerning large, stable brokerages. I think that sentiment is fucking stupid. Gonna lose everything we gained today. Shorts are back on the menu. Probably. I wonder what they did with those 200,000 shares that are still out. Looks like they just used some right now on this little volume spike. Would you consider Fidelity a large, stable brokerage? Yeah, I would. I also don't think that there's any indication, and I've been watching Fidelity for fucking months now, of them lending shares that are not being made available to borrow. The number of baseline shares they've had available to lend has remained mostly unchanged. It dips when they short us and borrow shares, and then it returns, and it basically stabilizes in a range of around 3 million shares, but it always returns to that same like 3 million shares. The 11 million shares that popped up the other day were definitely out of the ordinary, but at least they reported it, right? They could have obscured it or hidden it, and they didn't. So while they might not be happy that they reported that data, it doesn't seem dishonest that they reported it, right? I think people who think that like $1 trillion brokerages are going to go under because of MOASS. First of all, computer share can't trade stock, right? They're not a brokerage. They're a transfer agent, and so if all the brokerages go down, then you can't sell out of computer share at all anyway, right? Because they need brokerages like JP Morgan and stuff and Citibank to transact their sells and their buys, since they are not a licensed brokerage house. And so there's that, first of all. And then the fact that, these are multi-trillion-dollar financial institutions. If they fail, everything's fucking worthless. Not only is GameStop worthless, but the dollars you would get for your shares are also fucking worthless. So it just doesn't matter. do whatever you want with the shares. You can CS them, you can boof them, you can fucking buy more. If the price is right, you can sell some, you know. I think we did actually identify some of the brokerages they use. They do use multiple brokers. Um, if they're buying or selling GameStop, they're using Citadel somewhere in that chain, right? Because Citadel makes the market for GameStop. I'm taking my last payout in Prussian francs. That's fucking awesome. There are no married put calls on GME or evidence to support that thesis. There is evidence that there are large variance swaps on GameStop and that far out of the money puts are related to those replicating baskets. There is no call side action on GameStop indicating a married put call system being used. That DD's old. It's wrong. That's it. You would have an equal number, you'd have an equal volume in call contracts as put contracts if they were using married put calls. The SEC is well aware of that. It is blatantly illegal and obvious, and it's not happening. Have they done it in small quantities? Possibly, but not in large quantities. The deep out of the money puts are very obviously in replicating variant swap baskets. Thank you, Carl. Yes, please read the variant swap TD written by Zinko83. It explains exactly what that means. Long time no chat. Finally got a day I can chill and best join you. Like the new digs. Thanks, Jim. It's good to see you, man. How you been, bro? Yeah, it looks like we got a little bounce off the 170 resistance. You've mentioned that you don't have any shares in DRS. You've also mentioned in your DD that you intend to hold 10% of your shares post MOASS. What is your rationale for not DRSing that last 10%? Let me tell you, if we hit $50 million a share, I'm going to sell that last fucking 10%. That's the rationale. Like, if we truly realize just economy breaking valuation on GameStop, of course I'm not gonna fucking leave, you know, billions of dollars on the table. No one is. That's the mistake that so many people make, is they just do not fucking understand market psychology at all. If GameStop hits $50 million a share, everyone's selling. Unless they're insane. They're gonna take that money. They're gonna just leave it on the table and let someone else get it. No. My biggest fear is selling my Feb options between now and index. Hold on. Sorry, I missed part of that. Jay. For someone with less capital and less overall shares, my biggest fear is selling my Feb options between now and expiry and not being able to buy back in. For those with less money, is it safer to just hold your Febs until last minute and potentially not take as many gains? No, actually, if you have less capital, it's more important that you average up on those spikes and improve your position. So it's scary. I understand that. You can practice options trading. We have a very defined outline of where their exposure exists on the cycle. It's it occurs within windows, so there's some variation, but we basically know when it's going to go up and when it's going to come down, right? Like, and with that knowledge, use that to your advantage. It's the chances of it moassing between now and early January are very slim. So this is a prime time to try to take advantage of positive price action on GameStop. I'm sorry, but that's paper handing. Well, at $50 million a share, I'm paper handing. I'm going to paper hand a lot. I might not paper hand all if I think it's going to keep going up. I'll just sell one share every minute and see what happens. Thank you for your feedback. Any idea how many shares are in circulation then? For GameStop, it's not 6 or 9 billion. I know they just used a junk bond from Asia for price suppression, only adds to it. What? Jesus. Not everything that occurs in the market is happening because of GameStop. I hate to be the person to tell you that, but I also love being the person to tell you that. I think there's a good share. It's not that they're insane or lying to themselves. I think they're just lying to other people, right? Because they want to feel like they're part of the community and participate in the echo chamber. There's no infinity pool. It's horseshit. That's not going to happen. It's a capital market. It will create the incentive for you to sell, and then you likely will. That is how it works. You hold the supply, they have the demand. If their demand, reaches a level which you agree with, then you will likely sell. Does it matter if you sell? No, because there's so many fucking synthetics that no matter what, GameStop will realize its peak potential, regardless of who paper hands or who doesn't. Institutions aren't going to fucking hold for the peaks, right? They're going to sell out early. And those dips will scare people, and people will sell on those dips, and halts will scare people, and people will sell there. And a few percent of people will hold to the very, very, very tippy top and sell there. But a very, very small amount of people will do that. More, I think, with GameStop than any other stock, but still a very small percentage. What is a fractional share worth billions? Fractional shares will be tricky. New ETF to short? Possibly, if it contains GameStop. Do you think GameStop has anything to do with COVID-19? I mean, there's an effect of like COVID variants on GameStop because it's a retail outlet, right? So yeah, if there's fears of lockdowns or uh, public health concerns, then yeah, that could adversely affect GameStop. That was the bet from the beginning, right? When fucking Citadel and Point 72 and all of them went super short on all the fucking ETFs. Don't have a lot to buy options. Planning on buying a Jan 21 and selling on the spike in December. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing also, right? You need a new membership above Pigeon Whale called the Tippy Topper. What would be the tippy top according to you? There's no predicting that, Yuns. That's impossible. No one can say. You can follow technical trends, and those are reliable to a certain extent. But that's it. There's no way to tell what the top is. No one has any idea what the actual fucking short position is. Did Citadel create COVID in an attempt to bankrupt GameStop? No. Jesus. I'm sure there'll be fanatics that don't sell, but rare. Yeah. What's the window for the December spike? Well, we know in November they covered in advance. They started hedging the week before. So if this is the 17th, and T plus 2 is December 21st, 22nd, 23rd. So it will occur within this time frame. Either the majority of the price action will be on this side of the divide or this side, right? In the run up to November, and probably due to the deferment, which they may have known was available to them, we only saw most of our positive price action occurred on this side of the window, on the side of the expiration, right? And we saw a price improvement on this side as well, but it was minimal and shorter lived, right? It really only ran until the second T plus 2 date. It didn't run into the third. And so that's the time frame I'd be looking in. I'll try to show you guys here. Sorry. So delete. So really we're looking from, let's see, from here for it to start, and then it could potentially run December 22nd, 23rd through this window. I don't think the price action early in this window will be very significant, but maybe a day or two before the 17th, we may see some hedging occur. This window presents more exposure than this window because this is ETF and index leaps. And so there's significantly more institutional interest in this expiration date than there was in the previous one, which was just quarterlies. GameStop monthlies are also overlapped with this as well. These are minimal in their effect, but they do have an effect. So decent amount of exposure sometime between December 13th and December 23rd. And the majority of that exposure should fall here on the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Sorry, I missed a Ko-Fi. I saw that. 1 second. Jay, is it wise to take advantage of price action between now and early January with the biggest potential for MOASS seeming to be late in January? Yes. Why is it good to buy Fed calls now if it's wise to just sell those within the next month? Why not take late Jan calls? Thanks for helping me understand. You can do either or. Both of those are options. You can take Fed calls now and average them down. It creates simplicity. It's easier. You can buy Jan calls now and average those down. The rate of theta decay on the Feb calls is slower. They're further out. So if you're waiting around for price movement, it's better to have the longer term call because it will lose less value over time than the January call will. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man? Hmm. Do you think November covering was early because of the thin trading that traditionally occurs during Thanksgiving week? It's possible that, if you, yeah, I mean, that's something we do have to consider is that illiquidity presents a problem for them when covering gamma exposure, when covering FTDs. And so they do have to, not only, deal with that exposure, but they have to try to manage that exposure in an illiquid market, which is tough. And that can, kind of force them to cover earlier or maybe have to cover excessively all at once. It's difficult. It's difficult to resolve that exposure and those FTDs without liquidity in GameStop. It presents a big problem for them, and options, I think, tie up that very last bit of liquidity, and I think that's why they're so important, because not only does it force a hedge, but then on the other side, if you exercise, it forces them to find shares instead of internalizing that hedge. They cannot really internalize exercised options to a great degree. It presents far too much risk. Does VWAP account for if a trade is sold or bought? I don't understand how volume traded above VWAP can make it go down like it is on the SPY. VWAP's not really going down on the SPY. It's just like it came down here. There was volume traded below the current average, right? So, if you have enough volume traded lower, then that'll drop it, right? Because it's an average. You streaming earnings? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, January 21st. I mean, that's the risk you're taking, right? Is by carrying that theta loss, with less capital, you have to take on more risk. So yes, Januaries are cheaper. I have lots of January calls. I'm not arguing against their usefulness or ability to profit. But the further out calls are safer. They are less risky. And they have less decay, so their value remains more constant. I don't think you have to worry about everyone selling on the way up. I don't think that's a valid concern. I think that the float is sold definitely more than 100% short, probably a lot more. And that, you know, whatever value GameStop is going to realize during MOASS, I think it will realize that value regardless of what people do, regardless of who paper hands, how or why, because there is enough share lockup, both between insiders, DRS, and people holding that it's. I mean, and there's people who probably bought GameStop in January or Feb and are dead, like they've died this year. And you know, for all you know, that their fucking accounts are still in probate or whatever, like, or maybe nobody ever had access to their accounts, so those shares are just sitting there. Like, there's always going to be share lockup, and that, you know, whatever percent of the float there is that is going to ensure that GameStop realizes its absolute full potential. What would you do if you traded GME stocks instead of options? Any advice on eToro apes? I don't really trade GameStop stock. It provides liquidity for the short hedge funds, so I don't like day trading it. Also, it's expensive. There's just better stocks to trade. If you're gonna buy stock to day trade, GameStop's a terrible one to buy. It's just pricey. If like for trading options on GameStop, it's okay, but most of GameStop's price action occurs in very small windows, and the rest of the time it kind of just drifts around on low volume. So even options trading on it is not super great unless you're targeting like a specific move. I would just pick basically any other stock for profitable trading. Um, this looks like some sort of crime or something. This doesn't mean anything. There's zero volume traded on all these candles that you're referring to. So, that doesn't mean shit, monster buddy. Yeah, I'm not streaming MOASS. And anybody who is does not have your best interests in mind. But DRS, insiders, institutions can sell during MOASS. Yeah, they can. Insiders can't, but DRS and institutions can. You can't wait for Goldman Sachs to realize its full potential. I feel like they have. Who's your screen caps for the daily streams? They're always so good. A lot of people do. Trash Dan, Kool-Aid Man, David El Cinco Herrera, Average Joe, um, Gilboito. There's a bunch of people that make those for me, and I try to use them because it's cool. It's like something the community can do. and they make super dope ones, so that's cool too. You think you can talk Wall Street bets into exercising versus cash settling Ray Prisoner's Dilemma MOASS? That'd be difficult. You don't think we'll see $5 to $10 gains per day till Jan for GME? You think it's more probable that we'll just be flat than rip? We could just begin an uptrend after December. I mean, that's kind of what happened last year, is that we just started going up and we really didn't stop. We had down days, but most of the price action was up. Most of it also occurred within that anomaly window, right, Dr. K? Uh, Surely they can't do crime. That's illegal. It's just unlikely. If you assume everything's crime, then MOASS will never happen, right? Because they would just criminally stop it. So you have to have some faith in the system, because you expect the system to work in your favor eventually, right? Why would the US dollar be wiped out? There's no money creation going on. You know, everyone thinks it's going to cost like hundreds of trillions of dollars for them to get out of MOASS, and like I just said, there's not going to be that many people at the top. It's not like 60 million shares are going to be sold at the peaks. Can you help me understand the SPY VWAP chart? How is that the price is still above VWAP for the past hour, but the VWAP price is falling? Is that dark pool action? No, it's just that the average price of the volume trading here is lower. God damn it. Just look at VWAP. If your average is 167, right? Or what is it today? It's what, 466. And, you know, some volume trades up, like 468. Then VWAP goes up, right? And then some volume trades below that, and then that pushes VWAP down. The majority of volume traded on the SPY today was still traded back here, right? Like that big climb. So that's still the majority of the volume traded. But this is just an average. Ooh. That could be a nice entry. Or it's time to get out. Ooh. I think these Intel calls were a bad idea. No, maybe not. Yeah, fuck it. It's $200. I don't really care. No, a lot of the, well, some of the positioning looks bullish. It's pretty split. There's a lot of bearish plays coming in though. Calls being sold. I don't know. Institutions seem to be pretty on the fence, if I had to say anything. Our put call ratio is always reported by the media as a negative because of the variance swaps, and there's massive number of far out of the money puts. And so yeah, those are there's you know, present a put call ratio that looks bearish, but even though it may not necessarily be. GameStop isn't exposing anything that people didn't already know about. It's just exposing it to you. Your realization does not mean that other people were unaware, Monster Buddy. You'd be sad if the peak was only at 50 or 100K. No. That would suck, but would I be sad briefly? I don't think. I think if we hit, you know, $10,000, it's going to go a lot higher than that. I still can't click the links. Am I the only one? No, that's. I don't really have an issue clicking the link. Seems to be fine. That's the wrong picture. Slizzard, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Cough burp, what's up? Once people see the money in their accounts they've never had before, people will start realizing gains. Nothing's changed. The markets have always whatever. You can't, Monster Buddy, you can't quote crime as the reason everything happens because you have no fucking proof of it. Zero proof of criminal activity. Does the market work in retail's best interest? No. Does that make it a crime? Also no. The only criminal act that I can truly identify throughout this entire thing is turning off the buy button in January. It's not just 10K. It's just like if we get that high, it's going to keep running. Notson. There's nothing unique about 10K. It's just an example. I have closer to the money strikes for January also. The 950s are just to capture any implied volatility gains. $300,000 shares returned, 700,000 shares available for IBKR. That's significant. We have no proof you have hair. Hair. I did a stream with a perm, Brandon. Spoken like a true BlackRock shill. Didn't you also confirm they were creating counterfeit shares? Money? That's also illegal and get them hit by the Secret Service. What? No. ETF creation baskets and market, like synthetic shares being created for the purpose of market making is not illegal. There is a system in place for it even. There's FTDs and continuous net settlement and the obligations warehouse. You might not like it, but they were allowed to do it. I had more money in my account that Friday than I've ever had in my life, and I never sold. P hugs. I'm sorry to hear that, Pickle Morty. Cat's coming. No, nice. Oh, shit. Deep fate tortured video. Inadmissible evidence. Using the rules that are laid out in a predatory fashion isn't illegal, just lame. Why does that system exist at all? So people can profit off of it, Moonwind. In the interest of creating efficient markets. On my period, love you. It's fine. I don't mind arguing the points with you, Monster Buddy. I appreciate the dissension and the shift from our normal talking points. It's beneficial to everybody to learn more. I don't think there's any anger being directed at me or hatred. It's just a discussion, and arguments are good. Thoughts on loop ring GameStop speculation? I mean, I have a bunch of loop ring and a bunch of GameStop. We'll see if it comes true. I mean, I'm up on my loop rings, so I guess I don't care. And I'm also up on GameStop, so I don't care about that either. Why is that more efficient than just capping shares available to trade at the free float? Because people want to trade when there's no liquidity. It allows order flow to move. Otherwise, everything would just look like Burke A, where it's like 100 shares traded a day. I'm thinking about the US dollar value being wiped out because I see how much effort and money spent for the year now to prevent the MOASS. This means that there are ungodly amounts to lose. That's just no. I mean, you gotta look at some of this shit in perspective. GameStop is a $13 billion market cap company. Citadel could buy the float of GameStop 5 times over with their current assets under management. Citadel, the market maker. 5 times over. Like, this is not a threat to the value of the US dollar. It could be the spark that ignites an economic correction or a shift in trend, but that doesn't mean it's gonna fucking blow up the world economy. Gary Gensler disassembled the Stiegel Glass Act and deregulated derivatives market, which opened the way for the situation we're in now. Ironic that he's the director of the SEC. He did assist with that. Yeah. Allowing investment or allowing the big banks to participate in speculation was a big mistake. I agree. Cool. No, they can't because I DRS'd my shares. No, they can't what? Hold on. Some understanding needs to be had here, I think. What can't they do because you DRS'd your shares? Please tell me. Yeah, I have an exit DD that I wrote, scrape here. It's pinned to my Reddit profile, which you can see down below. I think he's saying they can't buy the entire float. They can't buy the float multiple times over because of DRS. Sure. Okay. I get what he's saying now. Okay, I thought he was saying something else. Yeah, sure they can't buy your shares out of DRS unless you sell them. Don't get me wrong, in the act of attempting to buy the float multiple times over, that would drive the price significantly. But also don't forget how much money these, and I mean that's why I've emphasized the importance of leverage so much, because of how big they are versus the average retail investor, right? Leverage is what puts their positions on the line. That's where they're weakest, is leveraged positions. It locks whatever is DRS'd away from the shorts, but the shorts don't need your shares to short. That's a misconception. Like I've said multiple times, there are things DRS does, and things people think DRS does, and those are not the same. Am I playing earnings? Not really. I'm just hedging my long position and riding it out. My def hatless snips. I photoshopped new foreheads for you more times than I can count. Please have mercy. Maybe I'll do a stream without a hat, Trash Dan. You can just get a whole day full of them. They don't hedge their options. Yes, they fucking do, or they'd lose all their money. They would get margin called so fast on a price increase. Those are naked options. They have to be hedged. Their fucking margin would blow up if they didn't. Could you see a situation where short hedge funds start selling other positions en masse to use as collateral for their short position? What do we notice? It's possible. I mean, I think we saw a bit of that occur as they attempted to stabilize their margin back in January, and we saw, you know, the market moving inverse to GameStop as they sold out of long positions in order to bolster their margin and stabilize against the price action on the ETF baskets they were short and GameStop. Oh, why is it Mighty Gray? I was not chosen for jury duty, so I get to come listen to your sultry voice. I will chug soda to commemorate this momentous occasion. Riku to you, sir. Hope you are doing well. Love the most annoying Dan. Praise be to Lady VWAP. President Darth Dan, did you just show them clips of your chugs? Or did you play them the Pigeon Whale song? Like, which of those two things guaranteed you to never get jury duty again? What kind of IV spike should we anticipate for the December run-up? Probably about 40%. I think that's what we saw in the November one. So I would say similar, maybe greater. It could be greater. DRS provides the only peace of mind implied by everyone else out there. They're in my name and they can't force close my position if it benefits them. Don't cry when you get closed out at 50K a share. I won't. They're not going to close out positions in cash accounts. Otherwise, I'll just sue them for the difference, right? And those are their, like, if they're holding those shares, right? And then I sell, and they're taking a commission on that sale. Like, they're benefiting. The brokerage I'm holding my shares in is benefiting from me selling those shares when I sell them at whatever price I sell them at. Not to mention their margin, as those are assets under their management, will increase exponentially as MOASS takes off. I swear to God, sometimes people don't even understand how that works. Like, Fidelity's not going fucking bankrupt if I have shares in Fidelity and MOASS happens. If anything, they'll be granted all the margin in the world. They will be able to sustain any position. That depends on the volume behind that price increase, Jomo. You can use Black-Scholes model to figure that out, or an options calculator. There are options calculators that will estimate an IV increase, but you have to assume an amount of volume. What illegal activity do you believe Citadel is doing currently? I don't believe. I mean, they're obfuscating their long-term short position with futures contracts, which is, it could be borderline illegal. I mean, but only if there's like a share recall. Um, and those shares need to be returned. I guess they could violate their agreement with their counterparty if there is one. Although I do expect they've internalized those contracts. Other illegal activity, I mean, probably as little as possible. It's not really that the legal activity hurts them financially vis-a-vis the fines. What it does hurt is investor confidence, and then investors try to pull their money. They may be planning on doing something illegal, and hence why they've changed their terms of investor withdrawals recently, as they may be caught doing something. But as long as if I don't have definitive evidence of a crime, I'm not going to assume there's one. I would say the biggest crime they've committed so far is probably perjury in regards to the House Financial Services Committee meeting. And then I would say turning off the buy button back in January was essentially a criminal act. But a criminal act is only going to occur. I mean, these institutions are risk adverse. It's the reason for their entire existence, and crime is risky. So they're not going to commit crime until it's the absolute last option. And then they will. Counterpoint, RSS is now calling Fidelity Fudelity, which puts FUD right in their name. Fuck you, JFresh. Can we see 13 Fs for short hedge funds? And has their asset under management decreased since January? I know I could look into it myself, but 70 work weeks destroy me. Thanks. I don't know if we've looked at to see if their assets under management have decreased. I think Citadel had a profitable quarter 2 and 3 though, or quarter 2 was profitable. I know they had some losses quarter 1. I think Melvin's turned around. It's very easy if they've obfuscated the short position and are no longer reporting it. If they're not being squeezed, they can just hold that position static as long as possible until exposure occurs. They aren't managing those assets. I mean, they're still part of, like, if they're registered in Fidelity's street name, then yeah, a user, which is big, like part of the whole DRS thesis is that the shares held by your brokerage are held in their street name. Do you have a potential minimum price target for the upcoming January cycle? Minimum price target? 350, right? That seems to be like our hard ceiling currently. So yeah, I'd say if we were going to get rejected through the January cycle and a gamma squeeze didn't occur, somewhere between 350 and our high last January of like 483, 500. Let me tell you about their undertable relationships, monster buddy. They will flip on Citadel and burn them to the fucking ground in a heartbeat
if it represents catastrophic risk for them or their positions. The NSCC and DCCC are, set up to prevent that to some degree, but they can only prevent it to a degree. I'm missing a lot of this chat. Oh, I'm not saying they're going to not turn off the buy button. I expect they'll try that again if they can. Although, retail is diversified. We're not all essentially in the same brokerage anymore. Everybody FOMO'd into Robinhood in January because you could get options approval basically instantaneously along with margin, right? And so they were able to cut off a large chunk of FOMO through a very small fund, right? Robinhood's not very big in the scale of things. I think they have 80 billion in assets under management. You compare that with, like Fidelity or Vanguard that are in the trillions, Schwab, TDA. There's really no comparison, but they were able to shut off a ton of buying pressure with that one small act. But if people are in options, the buying of the shares won't matter, right? Because they'll continue to have to hedge those options, whether they turn the buy button off or not. President Darthan, put Pickles. The judge stopped me after about 10 chug videos, but that's fine because I'd rather spend my day with you all than be anywhere else. Y'all are almost family at this point, except Viking Daddy. I want to do dirty things to him, and I don't do dirty things to family. Video is up. Thank you, Darthan. I appreciate it. Check DMs. I sent you some very awesome fundamental HNT news. Oh, cool. I'll check that out a little later. You have identified some serious exposure dates over the next 6 to 8 weeks. We know that shorts are intelligent and willing to do almost anything to protect their money and egos. Any thoughts on what they can do to limit their exposure and or kick the can? They can do whatever they can to prevent retail from entering options, whether that be through spiking IV, negative sentiment, whatever. It doesn't matter. Institutions are already piling into options. The opportunity window will naturally close anyway. But if they can accelerate that, they will, to reduce their overall exposure to trying to hedge in a liquid market. They will try to keep IV as low as possible, and they will try to obfuscate the covering within the ranges that they have to cover. So if they can cover early, they will. If they can cover late, they will. They will take advantage of every deferral period that they can. They will take advantage of the fact that they have 35 days to cover FTDs and possibly cover early in the cycle or later in the cycle. They will attempt to reduce profit on those movements as much as they can and reduce gamma exposure on those movements. And by holding options beyond the scope of the expected price action, far beyond, not only can they not hedge those options with synthetic shares, they will have to realize the full exposure of those options no matter when they cover. And so what that does is it puts the pressure of retail options on them the entire time. That is why options are so important. That is why I've emphasize their importance repeatedly. If you don't understand them, that's fine because you still hold the floor that the options apply the pressure against. But if you do understand them and you're not using them, I think you're doing GameStop and yourself a disservice. But that's just my opinion, right? Can you put deep in the money and cashless exercise to MOASS? What? Can can you ask that a different way or phrase it correctly? I don't know how to answer that because it's kind of confusing. Can you bring Andrew Mo Money back on the stream? He should be done doing whatever he was busy doing last time. Should be. I will not pop a Smurf. Once was enough. You can go relive it through the clip. Seemingly the narrative that the finance world are cannibals is false so far because there's no one's at risk currently. There is a status quo maintained, but if there is a change in that, it becomes very cannibalistic very, very fast. There is lots of evidence in the past of that. Look at Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers. Believe me, they will cut off the infected limb without a second thought. And not only does it consolidate their wealth and power, it prevents them risking their own positions and protects their investors as well. So it is their fiduciary duty and their incentive to do so. No, I still have a bunch of January 950s. They're just like an IV play. If IV pops, I'll make money on them. If we run up into earnings and they go profitable, I'll sell them off and buy back after for the December run. What's your favorite movie? I have a lot of favorites. It's hard to answer. It depends on my mood and the day and the weather. So, with all that being said about options and buying them over the 35-day window so they can hedge with synthetics, the important question is, are we buying out weekly 5/10s for it again? Oh, man. Feb 180C up 10%, holding through earnings or dump and pick up after. That's really close to the money. I don't know if I'd get rid of that one. Those really close to the money calls are very, and especially at 180, are very resistant to not only theta decay, but they're gonna only really gain intrinsic value above. You're only $5 off the strike, and you have months. I wouldn't probably get rid of those. There may not be another opportunity to buy at that 200 EMA, right? Like that was a good fucking entry. So if you nailed that entry for on a long-term call, you may want to hold it. That's a good one, right? It can be exercised fairly early in price action. Uh, yeah, that's a very safe call to hold, right? You can even like take risk against that call because it's so close to the money. You can use that to prop up a riskier position. Yep. Yeah, just this year, Archegos and Nomura. Yeah, markets. I mean, I think that the correction wasn't so much the COVID strain as it was SLD. I think SLD got deferred and we just saw it play out a week late. Jomo, I have told you repeatedly, Black Scholes model and use an options calculator. If you're trying to estimate the pricing, but you need to know the volume. And if you don't know the volume, then your prediction is going to be a little inaccurate. You can use historical IV spikes based on the volume we experienced then, like August or the run in November, which was even less volumetric. And you can use that to estimate the IV range. But there's no clear cut way to say IV will be X on a price increase of Y, because the volume plays a big factor into that. So does market wide volatility. There's a lot of factors. Hypothetically, if you had Feb 300s that are down a lot, would you consider selling before earnings? And if they're down a lot, you might as well just wait until they're up, right? Why would you sell? Why would you take the loss on a call that far out? I don't understand that. I don't understand why people are trying to bail on long-term options. Like you're out past the quarter, that option will be profitable at some point. You could probably sell it at that point and then average down into a better position. But why would you sell it at a loss? Why won't they attribute these dips to SLD publicly? Because that would cause a loss of faith in the market, right? If it's not, if people start to think that the market runs on mechanics and fundamentals and stop thinking that it runs purely on sentiment and that it's not a casino, more people would participate in it, right? They don't want that. More participants means it's more unpredictable. Oh, okay. Sorry, Gemma. I answered you like 3 times. It's all good, man. Supplemental liquidity deposits. You can look it up. There's a whole slew of things that are attached to it. Intel approaching view up. Yeah, my calls are finally in the money. 5%. Woo. Good time to average down Feb calls now or wait until next week? I mean, it could be better next week. It could be worse. I mean, no one's gonna predict the fucking earnings perfectly. GameStop had positive cash flow. If they didn't spend a lot of money last quarter, we could see an improvement in EPS. Do I think we'll see positive EPS? It's unlikely. A 3-quarter turnaround on a corporation of that size, maybe impossible. Definitely doesn't happen a lot. If it does, that would be extremely bullish. We'll see lots of institutional interest. If it doesn't, it's going to be pretty mediocre, and they'll probably short it, and then the price will stagnate until the next exposure window. But telling you with 100% certainty whether the stock's going to fucking go up or down on earnings, I have no idea. I don't have internal data on GameStop's Q3 earnings. Me and nobody else has that data, unless somebody's paid for insiders to infiltrate the company and have access to that, which they do. That is a strategy used. That's illegal. Do they really get caught for it? No. This is regarding the GEX exposure from November. It is. The one I posted today, Trife, that does have to do. So if they failed a margin call on November 19th, the deposit for that margin call would be due tomorrow. If they fail to make that deposit, then there could be a margin call in the next 5 days by December 13th. If they submitted a written request saying that the market was illiquid and they were unable to cover, then they can extend that deferral up to 60 more days. Notice all employees, the deadline for Secret Santa sign up is closing fast. Please submit your eligibility to your department head at the end of the day, including a short list of interests and hobbies to assist your Santa. Merry Christmas. Thank you, BlackRock HR. I don't think I'll be participating in the Secret Santa this year. I don't like giving people presents. You said you expect approximately 40% spike in December. What is that expectation based on? That's based on our previous run-ups. August saw about a 40% increase, as did the run just now in November. I think at our peak we saw a little above 40% IV increase. It's short-lived. Don't forget that if you're playing IV, you're really incentivized to sell on the run and not the turnaround, right? When you hit, that's the beauty of having in the money options, is that you can, play the test and resistance and the breakouts. With IV, that initial hard run, that's where you're incentivized to sell the most. What do you think about me? Can we see another run? It looks like its turnaround is starting to begin. Still kind of unconfirmed. If you want to go long on it, this is an okay entry. I would say if you're playing that movement between the peak and the resistance, then you'd want to confirm this a lot more. Clarence Beak says the insider info you need: pork bellies and GME APS. Would that extended deferral mean a whole lot of things piling up in the January windows? Yes. They could actually push that deferment all the way out until, I believe it was February 8th at the latest. Again, emphasizing the importance of those far dated calls. And if you're bullish on GameStop and you're an investor, there's no reason not to have leaps on the underlying you're invested in, right? So I mean, just good long-term investment strategy would be to own leaps anyway. That way you can capture, growth on the underlying. As you intend to hold it for a long time, you believe that the company will be worth more a year from now than it is today. And that is what a leap says. Thoughts on the theory institutions dumping money into Chinese junk bonds at pennies on the dollar, using the face value of those bonds, leverage to up their collateral, even at a later loss. Very likely. It's pretty common for them to. I think that's what they're doing with the short position on GME, right? I think they've bundled up the short position, sold it in a futures contract, and then they're using the credit from that as leverage on their margin. That's why our reported short interest is so low, but then out of the blue, 113%, right? And that's probably because that futures contract was exposed and reported during that time period, right? There's no glitches. There's information that is reported that they didn't mean to report. I mean, it is a glitch. That is true because they didn't mean to report it, but it was still reported, right? We still saw, 113% short interest on GameStop. And the reason we saw that is because something was exposed that shouldn't have been, briefly, but it was there. And that's kind of the hard part about doing all of this and what I've tried to do this entire time, which is to find the evidence in the negative space. Dog shit wrapped in cat shit. Exactly. Sold with a golden bow. 700K. Yeah, I know. I borrow back up. No, the extension is only because of the deferment. If there is no deferment, there is no extension. December 17th does not have a deferment period. It falls outside of the window for FINRA deferments. That is just simply because of the holiday deferment that is allowed. So no, they cannot defer the other ones. This not the same way. It could be a failure of a margin call. It's possible. I mean, if you were suddenly short 113% of GameStop's float at, a loss of 2,700%, that's like that would be really bad for your fucking margin, right? I mean, you clear it up real quick, but yeah, SoFi is probably pretty low. Is it still under 20? That's a okay entry. If you want to go long on it, I wouldn't try to play SoFi on the short term. I think they have a good future. It's possible, yeah, Dolly Dillerson. Generally, if multiple positions find themselves short on something, they will have one of those positions manage it. So one person will manage the whole position. And what that does is it keeps them from fucking each other, right? So someone can't go, oh, I'm going to bail first. Then one entity is controlling the position, and that creates stability and trust. and that they know that the other guy isn't going to fuck them, kind of like a drug deal. Bought a 1 Feb 200C yesterday for $23.50 to avoid any volatility at earnings. Plan on averaging down after earnings if we drop. If not, gonna go with a couple 250s. Gonna get my 100 shares. Congratulations, Papa Muff. Best of luck to you, man. Have you any theories on how they were able to short GME so hard that they hadn't done the necessary GEX buying in order to stabilize their margin? Oh, I do. Yeah. I think Melvin was short GameStop. I think they were predatorily shorting the stock into the ground. That was their goal. They had a strong bull case. It's not like they were wrong. Like when they started shorting GameStop in 2014, it was a pile of shit. They'd be short on it was a great idea. And they shorted it down and down and down and down. And they kept compounding their short position, probably using synthetics were available. But then in March of 2020, bigger players, much bigger players, Melvin's small fund, decided that they were going to short fucking everything. All retail. Every fucking store in a mall that you can throw a rock at, every strip mall, every retailer in America, e-commerce was skyrocketing. And what they did was synthetically, by shorting those ETFs, massively compounded the position of the shorts on GME. Unknowing of the counter position, right? They could have known that other position was there. They were just shorting everything. And where GameStop is unique is in its exposure to ETFs. GameStop is in a shitload of ETFs, not just retail, right? Because, you know, it's got this software tech side. It's got this e-commerce side of it. And so it's much more diversified across ETFs than a lot of these other meme stocks are. And because it's in so many ETFs and they shorted all the fucking ETFs, when January rolled around, they both realized they were very, very short GameStop after Ryan Cohen's buy-in locked up some of the float. I think they may have started to realize this back when GameStop initiated its share buyback per Burry in 2019. And basically what this meant is that both entities together were massively short GameStop, far more than they had expected. And we saw that realization kind of peak when they turned off the buy button and funded Melvin's margin, right? A $2 billion investment into Melvin's margin, margined is, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to, something around there. So you're talking about a 10 or a $20 billion marginable cash investment. And that prevented the margin call on Melvin that at that time would have destroyed this much larger ETF short position. So yeah. Yeah, I clipped. Miss the Bulls and the VWAP hats. I can't find that image anymore. I've got this. This is What's 510? I don't know. I'm not, it's just people buying as far out of the money options as feasibly possible every week. Yeah, I mean, the SEC report clearly defines that retail bought a shitload of weekly options. Um, the shorts never covered. They re-leveraged their margin and were able to bring the price back down after retail cash settled their options too early. If that exposure had continued, we would have MOASed then, undoubtedly. If that, especially if that exposure had continued to the tune of about $2 billion more, right? Leveraged, of course, margined. So 20 billion, a $20 billion further increase would have created MOASS last January. Or they would have given Melvin more money. Who knows? But they were exposed themselves. So we already covered the shorts. Thanks for letting me know, Citadel LLC. I see no evidence of that, however. You can't, so you can shut off the buy button, but you can't shut off options hedging. I don't have a P.O. box. I do want some wine gums, though. That sounds amazing. They're available here. I could buy wine gums where I live. Yeah, so you get $510 for the shares you lose. Hacksaw. That is correct. But SEC could have just lied in the report. I don't know. All the evidence they gave also backed up their statement. Sure, they could have lied, but why? Maybe they just gave us the exact keys we needed to kick this thing off because they're tired of dealing with it, which sounds far more like a government entity than lying on the behalf of a hedge fund or two. Yep, can't stop the exercise either. It is a binding and enforceable contract. Keywords. This is a war of attrition. We have more money. We will win. Do you have more money? I don't think so. Visa VWAP. Condolences to you and your family. Thank you, Visa VWAP. I appreciate that. I will be okay, but thank you. I sent you a Ko-Fi and said the F word in it, and I don't think it published. I've had some people say some pretty awful things in Ko-Fi. GME easy money. Okay, I see it right here. Let's assume MMs and short hedge funds know how fucked they are, which they must, and there's a little nothing they can do to escape. What are they doing? What's the end game given the nature of the circumstances in which they find themselves, and what's their plan Z? Every Kenny for himself. Yes, if they know by their models that they are not going to be able to sustain this position into the future, then it will become every man for themselves. They will also just be prepared to lose the fund. That doesn't really affect their personal wealth too much. Maybe people should be looking at insider reports for Citadel and seeing if any insiders are getting ready to pull their shares. I think that would be a very good indication. If insiders are filing to pull their investment out of Citadel, yep. Thanks, Carl. But maybe it was the quotes. Now we'll never know. SEC also shorted GME. Fantastic. Have you seen evidence that your DD inspired Feb options purchasing? I have seen institutional interest in Feb options, which is odd, right? They are a monthly strike. Usually institutions buy quarterlies and they buy leaps. So yeah, I've seen some evidence that someone saw something and agreed. Or, retail bought $3 million of the same strike in one day. But yeah, the Feb options have increased pretty significantly at the same time. $3 million, the same option at the same time. Let's see. Feb, which was basically illiquid previous to my DD. This is the SPY, not GameStop. Feb 18 calls. Looks like there's about, I'd imagine a lot of this is you guys. Just saying. I think this and this are institutional for the most part. These have come in large block orders. Now, there would be no reason to ever buy these calls as an institution unless they saw something regarding my DD. So it's possible. I'm bullish as fuck on it, but thanks, GME Easy Money. I appreciate that, man. Cough burp. Broke as fuck. It's okay, cough burp. We love you. I hope your 478 spy calls print. Risky. But I wish you the best. Is it true that in order to be a quant at BlackRock, you must be able to recite the 36 types of natural pigeons found in cities around the U.S.? Maybe you're a player. Listen, if I worked for BlackRock and I was making this stream every day, that would be all the incentive I would need to own GME. If BlackRock was paying someone to stream this shit every day, I would be just all in on GameStop. But I'm not. I'm not a BlackRock employee. I'm sorry, guys. Pickle Financial is a independently owned and operated entertainment channel and financiutainment fin edutainment network. Check your DMs. Ooh, swaps report. Interesting. Yeah, that looks like they're not rolling, right? I'm not sure if I'm reading that graph right. Yeah, this is a big deal. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Dave is blowing up the chat and friends right now. God damn it, Dave. Read my DD. Tell him to read my DD. Is that the Dave I'm thinking of, the Dave? Dave. Turd. Tell him if he washes his hair on the stream that I will interview him and talk about his platform. he has to stream like Margot Robbie from a bathtub with a head full of shampoo. No, but tell him to read my DD. Because, yes, that's what I've been talking about for like 2 months now. So I'm glad he agrees. And you. And Zinco. And yeah. Now the question is do I start shorting ETFs? Is that Eddie Bauer you're wearing? No. It's just a shirt. I don't know where it came from. Ooh, Spy's getting ready to break out. I do write DD. Sometimes. Dave Portnoy is a paper-handed bitch. I'm thinking some ridiculous things, like being a pigeon whale gets full access to private jets. No. Very bullish. Very bullish bear power. You mentioned time is not on retail side and can benefit the shorties. How do you suppose they could get out of their exposure? That's complicated to explain. I think through the ETFs. I think with the pressure the way it is now, it's very hard for them to do that. But if that pressure were to let off in any significant way, I think that yes, they could start to slowly get out of their short position over time. So yeah, of course, time's not our friend. And the more time they have to think of a way out, the better for them, right? The more time they can keep making money, keep increasing their assets under management. Like, no, time is not your friend in a short squeeze. A short squeeze ideally happens quickly and unexpectedly. This scenario is a bit different, but the final chapter, options on ETFs. The final chapter, options on ETFs. Great work pup. Options FUD was so effective because Warden followers into a terrible options play. Out of the money is out of the money. $900 call. Don't mess with these. In the money is $200 call. Okay. Puts in shorts on ETFs. I mean, the only problem I have with that is like it's gonna explode first, right? If all of that like if all of those unmanaged synthetics are not realized, when they are, like the value of those ETFs is going to explode before it crashes. Please explain swaps data. It looks like they're failing to roll. I believe it looks like they failed to roll the E-mini Russell 2000s. Correct, Turd? I can't really see the data on that very well, but it looks like they're failing to roll, or they've begun. No, failing to roll. Was the 113 SI just a small portion of the large picture? Oh, I'm sure. Have to have proper British wine gums for our superior. I think that was pretty messed up how they turned the buy button off. I've never seen Vlad in a bar or Kenny. I could literally hit them I'd at least cuss him out, and I'm a pretty reserved person. That whole statement was reserved. Like if I see Vlad and Kenny in public, I might just give them some a good sounding out. Ko-Fi missed. Sorry, I was a little focused on something else. We can't ask why didn't I just buy an OnlyFans subscription? I'm gonna show them a compilation of your DD getting validated on stream. They'll understand why I spent so much money watching Gherkin it. DD Messiah. Praise be to Lady VWAP. Hashtag not a cult. Thank you, Grizz. I appreciate that, man. Girk's son, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over. I appreciate it. Vlad dumped them bags. APO and Citadel made a killing shorting code into the ground. Maybe. Probably. Until slipping. Should have taken those 5% profits. Gross. Oh, but still kind of stable.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
I think if the market surges back up, the Intel calls will probably print, so I'm not too concerned with it. How heavily is Intel weighted in the SPY? It's pretty heavy, right? Since you have no PO box where I can give you the new ball cap that just dropped, cafeteria, parking lot, Wendy's dumpsters across from BlackRock to HQ, please wear on stream. Thank you, Lawrence of Alabia. Doing pretty good playing safish calls on TA. Thanks for telling me to go figure it out for myself and the book suggestions and daily TA. Also, sorry for your loss. Thank you, Elliot Moas. I appreciate that, man. Do you want to do any speculation on why supposedly a lot of GameStop employees who work from home are headed to GMA HQ? No, I don't, and I don't give a shit. Reddit misses you. Didn't I update like not that long ago? Still pretty flat. Chopping view up. Sorry about that. Oh, that's not the right picture. All right. Congratulations, Madara. Did I not give you a Dillionaire song? I will give you one while I go to the restroom real quick. Hit me up on the Discord if you haven't already, and I'll get you added. Any thoughts on Chewy earnings? I mean, Ryan Cohen doesn't run that company anymore. You know that, right? So, not related. Yeah, if you can just link your YouTube and Discord accounts. There's instructions in the announcements channel. If you guys are billionaires and you haven't done that, do it. Take advantage of the country club. It's a pretty solid community that's very interested in investing. If that's something you're interested in and you are a billionaire and you haven't, yeah, do something with that. I just hit you with a Ko-Fi. You missed Ombre. Don't worry. Sorry. I'm just a little behind on everything, and I don't have OBS open right now, so I can't see it. I would love to meet Kenny in public and act like he is a stock god until the end of the conversation when I tell him thanks for liquidating your company's assets and making me stupid rich, Mayo douche. I think the fact that MMs short hedge funds at all, worst case scenario for them, be preparing to lose the fund with trivial impact on their personal wealth has made me bullish as fuck. This knowledge evaporated the last of my internal fund, and I'd imagine it would do the same for others. Thank you, GME Money. I'm glad you feel that way. Yeah, I mean, their money is not going to be at risk personally, but I am actually kind of curious about Citadel setting up any insider sales. Our dog died a few months ago, and Chewy sent a bouquet of flowers with a condolence note. That's nice. Smart, too. But very nice. Fighter jets really screeching in near you today. Yeah, apparently. It's a little crazy around here. Is this it? Is the market going to tank now? What are you doing, spy? Oh, there it is. Come back. Yeti. First, my condolences for your loss. Thank you. Second, you said trading options on the SPY is a good way to learn. If you were a noob, how would you start? Likely weeklies, quarterlies, near in the money, calls only, or puts. I would start in the money and learn to I would start in the money, short-term expiry, and learn how to understand movements on the SPY and make sure that your TA is on point before buying more. You can buy them further out if you want a little more wiggle room, but I would focus on short-term in and out plays. Cap your losses at 10% to the downside. Cap your gains at 20% to the upside until you get very comfortable with it. Okay, we're gonna see a little bit of a correction here, possibly. That'd be too much, right? It's not gonna drop back down to 460. When they make a movie or a documentary, I can see the interviewees saying they wanted to make some money, but actually stayed to join a cult and hoped their leaders saw their comments. You're in the Eddie. This is just a long sleeve T-shirt. It's not fucking Eddie Bauer. God damn it. I'm not that old, and I hate hiking. Why would I ever shop at that store? No, I'm just kidding. I actually love their pants. I've been buying Eddie Bauer pants for months. GME Easy Money, dude. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Oh, did that not? There we go. Options play will lose more than 10% from when I place the order to when it hits my account. Well, that's not good either. Is it better to pay extra for a Feb 250C than a Feb 300 plus January 400? Just remember, the further out of the money the call, the harder the position is to manage. Weigh your experience against
We're
that.
not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themes, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them
Trousers.
AMC
Sorry.
suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME
Eddie Bauer
lovers,
assless
not a
chaps that
cult.
say VWAP. Would a
Not a
VWAP
cult.
just be tattooed on my ass cheeks in that instance? Any news on that Pickle NFT? No. Sorry, I know. And Reddit really wants me to push the Pickle NFT because that would give them, you know, more ammo for their shill talk. So I'm trying to get it done for Reddit, so they can confirm finally that I'm a shill. But I don't know. Profiting off of like shit like that just seems silly. I prefer to believe that you have VWAP tattooed on your ass cheeks as it is. I do need a bathroom break. That's correct. But I said I would play Madara the Billionaire song before I go, so I'm going to do that.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themes, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
All right, I'm back. 7-1 split tomorrow. They can't. The most they can do is 3-1, unless they change their corporate filings. I think they have a maximum float of 300 million shares, or something like that. Is it just a coincidence that we turned around on October 7th from the last minor downward pressure? And it looks like we're doing so again on December 7th. Even the trading prices are similar. Look at August 7th. August 6th. Days of notice to the SEC. No, they can't. They have to change. They can only sustain a 3-1 split unless they change their corporate fuck. What's it called? Charter. Thank you. Only allows a float of 300 million shares. So 7-1 split would be too much. A decent way to play earnings if we don't have any current long positions. There isn't one. Earnings are a terrible fucking idea. Especially one that could be as potentially volatile as GameStop. Like, there's no right play. You can't short it. You can't long it. You can't straddle it. You can't condor it. Because you don't know what the fuck's going to happen. You are correct, Ben. Bulls don't hug, but thank you. Oh, thank you. I tried to do that myself as well. Yeah, I wanted to use the longer version of the song, but I couldn't because it takes too much time if I also incorporate the chantings. But I'll check it out. Thank you. Maybe I'll play it soon. I'm not playing any 510s, especially not weeklies. I know Reddit dreams the NFT dividend, but GameStop might go the AMC way and issue first an NFT to new users of their marketplace, power up members, etc. And the road is paved, then issue a dividend. I still think it's more trouble than it's worth. I still don't see any path for them to issue an NFT dividend, regardless of if the road is paved or not. The Magna Charta. Charspectus. Prospectus. Yeah. It's weird that Ivy's going down today, but it might spike tomorrow. Maybe they're just trying to load up on calls. You can spread eagle the earnings, but you'd be exposed to risk and shame. Well, what if it just trades sideways? Then you get burned on both sides. That's the problem with the straddle. That's the risk, right? Is that if you straddle, and the stock just trades sideways, you just lose money on both your call and your put. So straddles only work when the price moves greatly in one direction or the other. I mean, I'm still straddling it because I have a long position to protect. But there is a risk to it. Seven to one reverse split, instant MOASS. How confident are you for tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Furman Hassan. I'm not confident about anything tomorrow. You say more because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We might see some volatility tomorrow. I don't use an option scanner. I have one that just tracks data, like options data, and that's called shiftsearch.com. It's free. Here's what I don't understand. Goldman is allegedly leveraged 133 to 1. That's a red flag to me. Yet here you are making money on Goldman. Can you please explain your thought process? Went up, right? Goldman had a lot of call pressure roll in. I figured SLD was done. It had some room to move to the upside. It's a stable stock. It seemed like a stable bet. Straddling GME earnings doesn't usually work out. The IV is always squished so hard that you have to be close to the money and profits are minimal. Yeah. I agree. If you buy your calls and puts far out, then the IV crush is far less significant, right? But on weeklies, it's terrible. Especially if it's on a Thursday, right? No, yeah. Earnings will be essentially Thursday at market open, so the IV crush will be atrocious. Don't try to play weeklies on GameStop earnings. It's a bad idea. Have you put any thought into how you're going to sign off if MOASS starts midstream? I listen to your work and dream of the day it starts mid shift. So whatever your last words are will be what I quit to. I've given it some consideration. I'd floated an idea before where I get one of my friends to like pop out and assassinate me. But my marketing team said that was a bad idea. Of course I have friends. Don't you see how personable I am? Think of all the pickles you traumatize. Yes, if it looked real. Yeah, I was gonna get like blanks and like squibs, so like my shirt would explode with blood. It'd be great. I was gonna drop some serious money on hiring somebody with some skills and special effects. It seemed like an amazing idea. We'll already be struggling with abandonment issues. Well, I figure that way you can just move past the, stages of grief into MOASS. Hire Alec Baldwin. Fitting. Are there people in your life who are getting the "I told you so" treatment come MOASS? I think get it every day. I have friends who call me and I'm like, "Hey, what's up? Did you buy any GameStop yet?" And they're like, "No, fuck you." And I'm like, "Okay, what'd you call about?" So it's yeah. I respect you ghosting when MOASS starts, but can you leave the stream open plus Pigeonwell Deluxe version song on repeat? Possibly. Who would love it until the fate blood shorts out your computer? What makes you think I have one computer? I would have spent millions of my MOASS money hunting down those who killed you. The 510 gang would respond, should we lose you? Hugs. Good to know, Pickle Morty. I'm glad the 510 gang has my back. If you do the assassination bit, I will cast it to my work's lunchroom TV. I swear to God. Now, if you actually get massacred on stream, we'd all be like, yeah, okay, Mr. Pickle, nice try. I know. That was the point. Sounds like an elaborate plan to not pay taxes. What? Stop bragging about your wealth with your windows and multiple computers. Oh, it would have been so great. You can move to Romania with me after Mass and live like vampire overlords in a castle and all the perks. That doesn't sound fun at all. Romania? Eh, nah. How are the taxes? Let's talk taxes. What do Romanian taxes look like? Are you sponsoring my citizenship? Can you sponsor it pre-MOASS? Did Zakir have your address just in case you pull such shenanigans? No, he didn't.
still planning on picking up a decommissioned missile silo. Oh, I didn't realize that you wanted to accelerate the rate of growth of any possible cancer in your body. %60 income tax, healthcare and education provided by the state. That's it. Not bad. I think Romania has the largest population of single. Why do you guys think I'm after single moms? I grew up with a single mom. It's my support for single mothers and my plans to provide them housing are not creepy. It's tough to raise a family with no money. I just wanted to help them. I'm not trying to pork them. If I'm a multi-billionaire, I feel like I could find plenty of Instagram thoughts that would be more than willing. I could probably find them now. I don't even need the billions. Because after Philadelphia, English wives. I'm not married. Have you been giving some thought to a real country club? And can you share some of your thoughts? I think it would be best if it was built in a tax haven. That's really all I've got so far. I thought we would have like some sort of fountain pool. That'd be cool. Maybe a place to put the Dans so they don't, bother the other guests. NFA, but how do I become an Instagram thought? Close, old man Pickle. A little high. Man gets internet fame, thinks he can pull Insta thoughts. I don't think it's really hard. The confidence levels aren't real high in that group. Lots of affirmation needed. I just had a nut removed last year, just read your DD, and it immediately grew back. That's fucking awesome. Bullish. That sounds bullish as fuck. You mean like the Jenko Pigeonwell Yachting and Poor Antagonizing Club? You'll have a name. I thought you just turned 36. No. I do know I had a birthday. I just turned 35. I'm sure of it. Stop trying to confuse me, Carl. As someone who used to post thoughty Instagram pics, can confirm I would post when self-esteem was low. Exactly. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Citadel lowering the no withdrawal fee from 10% to 6.25? Yeah, it's not that uncommon for them to rebalance based on yearly earnings. Most hedge funds change that around once in a while. You generally want to avoid ones that don't let you remove any money. But sometimes those are the best ones. I think Scion has a pretty strict agreement. Rentec does. Okay, boomer. I don't know. A pair of Friday 180s turned out to be okay for a quick hit, up 170 bucks more or less all day today. Thank you, Windmill, for the report on your portfolio. All the rights and license. I'm buying all the rights and license to Jinko. You can have the Dan sweatshop. Make whatever you desire. Amazing. How are my options up 0.25%, but still worth exactly what I paid for them? It's very confusing. Stop doing that. Just go up, piece of shit. God, I hate the market. Oh no, Intel slipped while I was gone and not paying attention. Maybe I hold. Do I want to lose $200? No, I'll just sell. This looks shitty. But I could sell a little bit higher, right? That's definitely going to bounce. Yeah, I'll just wait. Oh. Do Rentec do the Renaissance Fair? They could if they wanted to. I have to brag a little. I'm $79 away from 4K profits over yesterday and today. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Yes, I fucking killed it yesterday too. Did you have January Cat 200s? Were you in on that one? How low do you think they can short us tomorrow? I need to brace for backlash from people I gave non-financial advice. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna short us tomorrow. We'll see. Currently, not really getting shorted a lot. There's some shorting earlier, um, and now just pretty flat. Do you think positive reform will come to markets after MOASS? I think retail will get cut out of markets post MOASS, most likely, or more cut out of the markets than they are now. That seems to be the push, is to reduce retail interest. Obviously, right? Like that's what you want to do. I told you earlier, more participants mean more unpredictability, and big institutions and their lobbying money are not a big fan of having unpredictability in their markets. That's right. I said theirs because they built them. So DJ Lame, you look at the chart in real time and say it's got room to run. What are you looking at if that's part of your proprietary blend? No worries. Just distance between the current support and the next one. It's not really proprietary at all. Like imagine an A5 Wagyu Baconator with black truffle aioli and wild boar bacon.
Is it on a brioche? Hey, look, the SPY did things. Huh. Finally. Glad I averaged down that extra call. Is it going to break 469? 469.20. Most bullish SPY number. You mentioned earlier that the only clear crime you could see was turning off the buy button. Where do they wash sales? Where do wash sales fit into the spectrum of crime for you? What proof of wash sales do you have? Are they laundering shares through ETFs? Very likely. Is that illegal? Not necessarily. I would say there's been some criminal activity, but no way to prove it. In regards to painting the tape, there's been a few instances now of banging the close. There's been spoofing on GameStop at different times, especially when they need liquidity. So yeah, there's stuff that's happened, but is it going to get reported or acted on? Are they considered, large transgressions? Not really. The SEC is going to go after low hanging fruit. So yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like skirting the edge of crime all the time, but I mean, that's what the market incentivizes. If you can find a loophole and exploit it, you can make a lot of money. Everything on a fresh baked brioche. Okay. They're illegally boofing the stock. I'm not a fan of hedge fund managers using the Eisenhower interstate system my grandfather helped build. It's been great if they could avoid any music that isn't Genesis or Steely Dan as well, etc., etc. Good to know the ghost of Dan. I don't know how to respond to your comment. What about Warrant? We were talking about Warrant yesterday. How do you feel about them playing Warrant while traversing your grandfather's highways? What about hiding FTDs and avoiding reg show? Oh, the FTD hiding mechanisms are perfectly legal. And as far as avoiding reg show, they have exemptions. The Citadel, the market maker, has an exemption to reg show in basically every market it operates in. They have no public reporting requirements. And they set them up years in advance of this. And 13Fs have always been bullshit. That's up to you, JC. During the dip to 160, I picked up a Feb 200, June 180, April 185, more Feb 300 because IV was lower than on some nearby strikes. On a dip like that, what range of strikes do you look at? All of them. Mostly close to the money. Ones I would have been priced out of previously. There's probably a portion of FTDs that will be shelved in the obligations warehouse forever, unless something pulls them out, like a short squeeze and massive lender share recalls. Do you know we all contribute to things built in this democracy? And And it ain't their market with many of our labor for all kinds of things. It's my market now. That's right. More retail part. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Like more retail participation in the market means it becomes our market, and then we can exert the power. Like most people are just ignorant of the market entirely. I would say the average American, I would say 90% of Americans don't know shit about the market, right? And it is that they don't teach you about it in high school. They barely teach you about it in college. And you know, it's that ignorance that allows them to get away with building the markets in the way they desire. If we had a better understanding, we would know, you know, where to vote and where to apply pressure and how to make the markets more favorable to us. But that's not something we've really had until this retail interest was sparked by these meme stocks, right? I hope you're serious about the new country club. Why are FTDs allowed at all? I mean, they shouldn't be. You're right. It ruins price discovery. Full stop. But they're allowed because there is a certain give and take, right? Also, you know, the lenders can profit off of it, so they have an incentive to allow it. The short hedge funds, the shorts can profit off of it, so they want it. You know, if all the participants want it to be a thing, they'll make it a thing. I made 10% of the 187.50. Be proud. All right. I mean, yeah, that's ultimately the thing they fear the most is people being more knowledgeable and participating more, right? You can hear it in every House Financial Services Committee meeting. You can hear it in every Senate hearing regarding the market. The big question, and both parties ask it, so I don't care which side of the fence you're on, is how do we get retail out? Is this dangerous for them? Should they be allowed to manage their own money in the market and determine their own risk? And the sentiment is no. They do not want us to do that. They do not want a fair and free market, right? Because that damages their ability to make money. Absolutely intentional. I mean, any American in the history of this country who has put money into a savings account has been blinded to the market. Whether intentionally or not, you know, you put you know your life savings into a savings account and make 1% interest while the bank that's holding your money is making 9% year over year. That's what they want. Clip it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone saves their money in their savings account, and then they buy a house with a mortgage that allows the bank to not only leverage their asset but also their debt. Um, you know, it's not like the system is built for win-win scenarios for both parties. I'm striking until MOASS to hurt hedges. I will no longer eat whoopie pies all day while watching weird X-rated movies and bemoaning my GME gains and losses. Thank you, the ghost of Dan. No one ever reposts my rants. Also, people on Super Stonk hate me. Yeah, I don't understand why my audience doesn't want to karma farm my awesome rants. Because they're good. Sometimes they're real good. And these are live. These are not premeditated. I don't hate you. I just hate your views on ranch. It's disgusting. It's garlicky mayonnaise. Try it with a Scottish accent. So you talked about deferment for Gex. Could there be deferments for other? No, that was a holiday deferment. It's specific. It's not 75 trading days. It's 60. And that's if the market is completely illiquid and they have to be failing their call for that extension. So that means they have failed the margin call and that they're getting an extension in order to find liquidity in the market. But if they've robbed the market of liquidity, they're not going to get that extension, right? Bro, I watch the rants because you know what? Who gives a fuck? We are the biggest hedge fund. We are. By far. I think. How are you doing this fine Wednesday? Well, for a Tuesday, it's not bad. Like, for a Tuesday, today's not a bad Wednesday. While you were ranting, Intel broke down. God damn it. Son of a bitch. No, maybe that's good. Well, whatever. I'll just hang on to it for like a day. I'm up 300%, only $300 on December 17th calls. Too early to get out or be happy with a small gain. It depends on how far out of the money you are. G Trader. If you're in the money, you can, see what happens. If you're still out of the money, you should consider, if you're still way out of the money, you should consider taking profits, right? Can I keep Pigeon Whale if I'm not subbed? I don't know how that works. I'll be in the city this weekend. Any suggestions on what? Don't go there. The COVID rate's really high. That's a suggestion. Stay out of Times Square. It's a tourist trap. I don't know what's. Be more specific. I've never liked Ranch Jeff the Privileged. Calm down. I know you're from California. When talking about rants, there's a difference in tone somewhere between Gherkin and trade spotting. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. David El Cinco Herrera! I haven't left my house in a few days. But you're not alone, David. Any update on telling Wall Street bets about the cycles again after earnings and maybe getting them on this January action? I don't know. I feel like most of them have probably seen my DD at this point. It's got like 4 or 5 million views, something like that. It's like absurdly high. Can't stop huffing my own farts. Suggestions. So what makes you happy? Keep doing what you do, man. Your rants will never go viral with your current anger levels. You need to power up to properly eviscerate the current financial system and those who help bring it against retail. Might I suggest taking some time to hone your aggression in the dark, gritty city of Philadelphia? Thank you, Dan Almighty. I'll consider that. I mean, being in Philadelphia would make me a lot angrier. So you're not entirely wrong. I like the thesis. Did RC buy Intel? What kind of show are you running here? Listen, fucking JFresh Ascendant Alpha Cat. I'll tell you what I'm doing here when you fucking tell me where my 10 million volume was yesterday. You owe me 10 million volume. That's it. Crime? Well, yeah, but what crime? If you had a 460 on the SPY for tomorrow, we're up $800 right now. Would you keep holding to see what happens? Well, I have a 470 and I'm down $40. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep holding and see what happens. Also, look at my Intel calls recovering. Fantastic. But I took profit on my 465s already, Daniel Taylor. And then I think I took profits on, what was it, 468s, and then now I have 470s. That sounds right. Hold to 0. I think JFresh makes you more angry than the corrupt financial system. Sometimes. I don't know. I'm sorry. You know what? I actually think Jay Fresh's theory does have merit. I just think that it's that you see the. I think that's when the ETFs pop up and not when they're covered. Or the FTDs pop up, but not when they're covered. I've taken profit already as well. I bought 470s for Friday. Congratulations. I've been baking pies recently, and I have to say, pecan pie, pretty good. Besides banana mayo delight sandwiches, maybe we also sell pie. Maybe just a weekend thing, though. Sure. Cheese and pie? It's a weird combo. But maybe. I grabbed a Tesla call for 3 weeks from now at a great spot. Nice. Careful. Although the sentiment seems to be getting a little more bullish over there. Could you consider higher strikes on cat if it tests and can sustain 210? Maybe, but I'd want to be very far out. Maybe like even as far as April. You guys are taking profits on the SPY? What are you talking about, Optimus Brian? Did the full October FTD data hold up to your cycle theory? What were the totals? I believe it did. I know we checked the 13th and the 21st. I think the 29th also showed a spike. I don't remember the exact figures right now. I know the 13th, like all of them were way above baseline. And then November 3rd, that one I'm not sure of. November 3rd should have been an ETF FTD day, but I don't know if we're tracking the right basket of ETFs. I have to look into that. That was something I was supposed to do, actually. I know the GME FTD is tracked. The ETF FTDs I still have to look into more. I actually think the ETF FTD spiked on November 4th, but I think the BBBY share buyback announcement caused them to kind of rush into that and start covering right away. But we saw a lot of volatile action across the ETF like basket on the 3rd and 4th. Thank you, R-Man. I appreciate it. I can't believe Ivy is coming down into earnings. That's fucking crazy. Hear me out. Hear me out. Goat cheese and apple pie. Would that work? Goat cheese and pear pie? Ooh. Poached pears. Poached pear goat cheese pie. Boom. That sounds amazing. What do you use? Some sort of liqueur, I'd imagine. shiftsearch.com Echo. This is the kind of quality content I come here for. That does sound fire. I'm currently on a diet in preparation for my wedding, and I hate all this talk. Popcorn Trader. It's like your 9th wedding, man. Stop trying to doll yourself up. Keens. I'd want, to offset the sweetness of the pear, I would want something like you've got a nice fat in the crust and with the goat cheese, but maybe like a sour cherry, Ooh. Sour cherry and poached pear with goat cheese pie. Contra poached pear, goat cheese, and cranberry. Ooh, that might work too. Shut the fuck up, Trash Dan. We're trying to talk here. Go back to your cave. My wife and I got married during the pandemic, so now we're doing the actual party. I hate dieting, but I would hate to not fit into my tux. Just go shirtless. Tux bottoms only. What tarnation? ETF spiked on 1029 and 11.3 MDY. Can you check out the ticker GME for me? Yeah, it's flat as fuck. JFresh. It's on the screen too. MDY is a new ETF that has 530k GME in it. That's significant. How's the options chain on it, turd? Is it liquid? Or not a lot of options, or no options? How many signals for GME to tank after earnings? Not a lot, actually. This sideways trading into earnings is after market close tomorrow, so a lot can happen tomorrow still. But this sideways trading is kind of indicative of an undecided earnings. Like the market doesn't really feel any particular way about it. One could say, except there really isn't any market participation or participation in GameStop at all besides watching the short hedge fund circle jerk. So I think the short hedge funds just have their positions in and they're riding it out. No, I just had whipped cream that had some form of citrus. Ooh, what about citron or yuzu? Yuzu whipped cream. Contro or Grand Marnier poached pears pie. Goat cheese. Wait, no, because if we're doing the whipped cream, then no goat cheese. No, I don't like that. I know. We'll flavor the goat cheese. Yuzu goat cheese. Just the essence of yuzu though. We don't need to go like full on yuzu, getting yuzu oil in there.
Are you still subscribed to Matt Kors? When did you last watch his stream for DD? Never. No options, Jan. Okay. That's good. Cornholio. Sounds like they're trying to temper expectations, sus timing. Roll 185, 21st, or pray to the pickle god to rain down green pickle till days. Can't decide. It's a tough choice. I'm not gonna lie. Not every market decision is easy. Yuzu glaze and then just keep the goat cheese like plain. Maybe. I don't want it to get I don't want it to get overwhelmingly sweet, and I feel like a glaze would make it overwhelmingly sweet. Like the pears are already going to be very, very sweet. You know, somebody at some fucking Michelin star restaurant is probably watching this right now, and they're going to steal our recipe. In which case, I will go there and eat it. Just use mascarpone. You could. Bro, the eau de vie that has a pear in the bottle and Sauterne poaching liquid reduced to glaze for sauce. Ooh, I like that. Ghost of Dan. Nice. Whipped goat cream. Some almond butter. You go eat a fucking donut, Madara. How many market makers are involved in GME, you think? I mean, probably. We know Citadel because they're the DMM. Virtue, I guess. I don't know if Saks is really involved, but they probably are. Okay, so you do have a chain for MDY. Interesting. Dr. K, shut the fuck up. All right. And you try to ruin my day with your shitty cheeseburger pie. It's just Bisquick that you've mixed a cheeseburger into. That's not edible. Could you crook Madame and Monte Cristos? We could. I can see the view counts on the Reddit posts. You can see them. There's like a little thing at the bottom that gives you the like data, like clicks, upvote percentage, views. Don't forget that Reddit's trying to go public, right? Who's eating Bisquick and beef? Dr. KS. Not much trading. High FCDs, same short holders as GME as usual. Okay. So short interest, but not a lot of options chain. I think those are the ones that they prefer to use for creation, honestly. Those are the ones that seem like those like off-brand ones with low open interest seem to be the ones that have like the highest movement during GameStop runs that they use for like offsetting their gamma exposure. Or like their ownership percentage increases the most during those periods. Turdferg. What days in
days in January as our expected run-ups. I'm thinking about taking the week off from work. I think the most exposure is going to occur right after leap expiry, into and after leap expiry. So the week around the 21st. Well, the week before and the week after the 21st seem to be the highest exposure window. You know what's a good warm chocolate cookie in a skillet with a portion of vanilla bean ice cream drizzled with hot salted caramel drip? Are you talking about a Pizookie? Same shorting the stock through hedge funds allow conflict of interest? No. It's not really a conflict of interest. Like, one person's making the market, the other's participating in it, right? Yes, you can bastardize and adulterate any fruit. Italian plum. Ooh, that could be good too. So you're saying that the Chev will overpower it? Interesting take. The pear is light in flavor. This is why I wanted the berries, the sour cherry or something along those lines. Can you show the SPY long-term trend? I think I have it here somewhere. I mean, you can kind of see it. I'll draw like a little section of it. Then we have this. There's like something in here too. So to get back into the long-term trend over the next week, like 478, we'd have to break. Thanks for ensuring profits with those magical lines. You're welcome. Lightly grilled. Use lightly grilled caramelized peach to offset the shove. I like that too. Well, I was gonna poach them, but I guess we could. What if we poached and then flambéed them? Just some 1970s shit. We'll just flambe the whole pie. GME easy money. First day billionaire and already contributing. Thank you so much. Look at this bear bull trap. This is just a straight up bull trap. It was unforgiving. 1970s would just be pressure cooking the pie to mush. We put a piece of Jello on top. Except the bulls on GME didn't get trapped. I have had Kringle. It's amazing. It's very sweet though. Like, yeah, I'm probably gonna hold the 470s overnight. They're for December 10th, so thank you, Protege Son. I appreciate it. We're hanging in there. I'm doing all right. Another fiber, but it's called aspic when it's fancy, and port wine aspic would be killer with poached pear. Huh. I'm gonna make this fucking pie. That's what I'm gonna do. This is how Pickle Food Network is built. It is built on us compiling recipes during trading hours and then making them in the after hours period. Done. New channel. Let's go. Pie-fi. But, well, no, that's a terrible name. Proof or ban? PFN? Pie fry? It's probably just bots and trolls. Why would anybody comment on Citadel's LinkedIn page except people on Reddit? So how many hours per day will you be streaming then? The same number. I'm not going to change anything. Pie guy? That only works if I get frosted tips. And then a mukbang channel. Boofer band. Pickle Media Group LLC. Pickle Entertainment Network. Pen. Pickle Entertainment Network 15. Pie pie. Momentarily culinary. Interesting. Not bad, actually. Pickle Entertainment Group. I will not make it Pie Fieri. I don't know if you guys know this, but I don't like him. I know he's a good person, but I've seen him eat too many things, and it's I can't look at him. It's 24K I 475p for 1217. I don't know what it means. Someone made a big bet that it's going to go down. Or somebody exercised a shitload of 475 puts. I'm not sure. Chair chow. Little did you know, Guy Fieri is actually a huge fan of yours. He's likely hurt by your comments. Oh well. Thanks for letting me know. Bubba Lynn, aka Guy Fieri. Nut meats. Is there like a gap somewhere that needs to be filled? Oh, there is. There's a big one to the downside. I assume there's a reason you don't want to do that yourself, Dan Almighty. Why? Because I didn't read it, John? These GameStop employee tweets sound like they're trying to temper expectations, suss timing. I read that. I don't know which one was your tweet. Oh, you just said Pie Pie? Was that you? No, that was Papa Smurf. You didn't tweet me. You didn't co-fi me anything. What are you talking about? Do you think Citadel's move to restrict investors' withdrawal limits is relevant? Not necessarily. It wasn't like a big change. It wasn't like they just cut off withdrawals, which was like gating, that was something that happened back in 08. Mine were so funny, and you didn't read any of them out loud. For shame. Let me see if I can find one. .007 No Pie to Die. I don't love it. I don't love it, Popcorn Trader. Are you pivoting into other markets come MOASS? I don't know. That does match our drop, Nick Nobody. Pretty closely. John Goldstein. Made you look. Bastard. Do I need to repost my comment so you'll read it? Well, it would have helped if you just posted it there. Who's coughing now? Are you streaming post MOASS? not stocks. If I stream post MOASS, it's just gonna be me shilling rich people products so I can get them for free. We've already discussed this on stream a bunch. Rich people products, and then, you know, discussing the future of the pickle ETF. It could be a red herring. I don't know. I'd have to look at it more. How much time do short hedge funds spend on thinking about their exposed positions? Are their portfolios so diversified that they spend little time thinking about it while we were obsessed? Probably not as much time as we do, right? Okay, here we go. Saturne and Eau de Vie. Saturn and Eau de Vie poached pear and light Saturn reduction with canals of Vermont Chev resting on slices of grilled peach interlaced with port wine aspic. Ooh. Okay, I don't know if I could nail that, Ghost of Dan. That might be beyond my scope. Like, I'm a decent cook, but that seems like a lot of prep. Also, where would I find the liqueurs? I don't even know where to go to get those. You know what I've always wanted? I've always wanted a poached pear tartlet with the elderflower liqueur. I forget what it's called. Well, I'm sure I could find it in New York. I would have to figure out where. If you get Guys Fieri's frosted tips, I'm gone, to be honest. I mean, I'd probably also be gone. Saint Germain, that's the one. I'm a tartlet. Yeah, you are, Gaza. Aldous Snow's Jeffrey. I really wish I didn't get that reference. Frost the Beard? That doesn't sound as bad, honestly. Will you do frosted tips if we break 300 before end of day today? Sure. Best homemade burger recipe. I don't know. Smash. I like the smash burgers. They're quick. I don't really eat a lot of burgers though. They're not my favorite food. At what time did you say interesting about the swaps earlier? I have no idea, dude. I just spent $50 because I'm bored out of my mind and wanted to one up everybody on a poached pear recipe. My life is pathetic. It is not. That was a fantastic poached pear recipe. Check Discord messages. Sent you something. I still love the last one you sent me with Darth Dan.
Why did Liqueur get ignored in the conversations? Post Saint Germain to the topic and oh, I don't know. Worst food you've ever eaten? Oh, God, I've had some pretty terrible shit. That Lara bar was really bad. Talk about Scottish food. What do you want me to say? Worst food at a good restaurant. Oh, I've been to some places that like just try to overdo shit and make it end up like basically every gastropub I've ever eaten at, where they have like their chef has watched too much like Iron Chef and thinks he's a master. Haggis is just sometimes food. Yeah, I know about the deep fried Mars bars. Deep fried Mars bars and iron brew. It kind of looks like it's tracking the market action, but a little low. It seems fine. Just kind of a slow day. Volume's atrocious though. It seems to be holding support though on whatever the fuck it's on. Oh, its EMAs are consolidated. Actually, it kind of looks like it could be moving to a breakout. I'd have to check a longer time scale, but yeah, it's consolidating after this run up. I'd expect it to consolidate a little more before pushing higher. Oh, nope, that's just GameStop twice. Oh, I don't want to see GameStop with all its gaps. There. Okay, it's better. Hard-boiled egg. Take the yolk out and fill the white with peanut butter. It's very... no. I don't like the texture. Crunchy peanut butter? I still don't like the texture. That sounds terrible. Thoughts on improved volume we've had recently. Also, good buy-in target. The volume's a little better. It's not drastically improved. Good buy-in target is. I mean, we are below 180, which means that we're on the cheaper side of average ownership price. So yeah, this is a good buy-in price right now. Lower is better, but our test of the EMA 200 was insane buy-in price. Oh, they probably had a split or something, and those are the options written pre-split or a share buyback, like a reverse split or a split.
What indicator did you use for the average buy price? Oh, you can use anchored VWAP. It's not an indicator. It's just it's one of the charting like tools on the left side. Crunchy peanut butter is trash. You're trash, VWAP Dan Saipo. When I was a kid, we attempted to murder somebody with peanut butter. Fun. Crunchy peanut butter is amazing. You're wrong. That's okay. It's okay to be wrong. It has texture. Peanut butter without crunch is just textureless. I do. I want the texture. Of course, this chat prefers it smooth. A stock split would be good up until the actual split, Sean Connery. Now we just need someone in here named Moneypenny. What is it, Dr. K? Are we now at the lowest level ever entering a cycle? No, we're not. But yeah, back on November 19th, we were at the highest level we'd ever entered gamma exposure and the beginning of these cycles. For us to dip during the middle of the cycle is not uncommon. Especially if they fail to roll. If they roll, then we generally keep running up. Is the IV of a stock the average IV of all options of that stock? No, it's at the money. So if you look at like IV 30, it's the IV of contracts 30 days out at the money. Thank you. I've never eaten at Balthazar, I don't think. What sort of cuisine is it, Nostradamus? Would you eat a Larabar if it had crunchy peanut butter inside? No. I think SLD finalized. What's the most extravagant meal you've ever made? I had like a A5 Wagyu steak and white truffle risotto with asparagus that I made. That's probably the most extravagant meal. I don't eat grape jelly. You're eating smooth peanut butter and you're giving me like if you're eating smooth peanut butter, you're the grape jelly person. You're probably eating squeezable grape jelly. View up Dan Seipel. Yeah, failed roll could mean a repeat of January's price action. It means FTDs. That's what a failed roll means, is lots of FTDs.
Remember to read the question before answering for the people listening in Discord. You amateur streamer, you. Shut up. I have black currant preserves right now. I don't think they go well with peanut butter, though. I wouldn't eat them with peanut butter. I got them for my jam guy. They look amazing. I still haven't tried them. CME try resolve equals Ponzi scheme? Sure, if that's what you want to think. No, I actually got it from a buddy of mine who works at a restaurant. I don't know where he got it from. Do you have any food allergies? I do. I'm allergic to basically every fruit. Unless it's cooked. That doesn't really stop me from eating fruits, but I can get hives in my mouth and throat if I do. So there's a price. You should have a crossover with Babish. Isn't he GME also? I think so. People have mentioned that before. I don't know how to facilitate that, but that sounds cool as hell. Disregard the fruit basket I sent. Will do. Spy waiting for power hour to run out. We'll see. It's trying to do things. If you could battle any of the Iron Chefs, who do you think you could take on? I don't know. Who's the hardest one to beat? I'll try that. I never watched the show really. I'd rather be beat by the best than lose to the worst. Right. Okay. I think. That's what I meant to say. Dan for hire. A bear steak? I've never eaten bear. I'd imagine it'd be gamey. Could we anchor down to post earnings puts open interest? No, I don't think so. Kirk versus Bobby Flay. Can we create a competitive trading channel on the Discord? For like paper trading? How is it a cheeseburger pie if it has no cheese? Bear is gamey and assy tasting. Yeah, I've heard it's really greasy. I said Babishop on Reddit. He's pretty active there. Okay. Why have so many people eating bear meat?
I actually don't like the cooking part of cooking. I just like the eating part. So the process of cooking I don't find super enjoyable. I just learned to do it so I can eat the end product. How about book out the entire dining room at Le Bernardin just post mass? That could be fun. Bear Meat? Is this a Joe Rogan YouTube channel? I still really don't know what that guy does. No one's ever explained it clearly to me. He's Oprah for bros. Wow, that makes me really never want to watch it or listen. What is it? I'm still unclear about that aspect as well. If you had one Feb 380 down 200, another $1,000 in the account, would you sell before earnings or just keep and look for other opportunities? I would just average down probably. I wouldn't sell a long-term call like that at a loss. I think that's just silly. If a deal is to share today and the dividend was announced tomorrow, what would happen? I forget the amount of time they have to declare for a dividend. It's a certain number of days. I don't know if your share would be transferred by then. I don't know how long DRS takes. I'd imagine from some it's quicker than others. Aloysius Abercrombie here. You may remember me from good times like when we made Gherk speak 90s R&B karaoke or when I made him whisper to me. We do remember you, Aloysius. My job description has changed. In what way? Have you been fired or demoted? Wait, hold on. Something's happened with Secure. I'm concerned. He has lots of children and wives. I've been moved from the estimating department. Will now be running to other sections of the company. A part of my new job description involves watching GME. Legit, I'm being paid to be your mod. That's insane. So a promotion? This is amazing. Congratulations, dude. Fuck yeah. You deserve it. The fact that you can mod this fucking just kindergarten classroom while simultaneously performing the functions of your job means that you deserve any promotion given to you. You know what? Zakir gets a Pigeon Whale song because he is one at heart.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiwa. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch, you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult. Not a cult.
Zakir, you can afford a vasectomy, quick. Before you have more children. How many pigeon whales are there in total? I don't know. The number YouTube gives me is always wrong. Pi-Fi, you failed me. What? No. Awkward. You can freeze some for post MOASS. You just don't want any accidental after, like, you don't want any accidental after MOASS children, right? No one wants to be laid up for 9 months when they're rich as fuck. Think about that, Zakir's wife. Do you want to be pregnant on a yacht? I wouldn't want to be pregnant on a yacht. That sounds terrible. Hot flashes when you're in, you know, Monaco. Your water breaking on the red carpet. It's just, yeah, you can just, that's what you do. You just you get one of those people that birth your baby for you. What are they called? Surrogates. Them. Yeah. Yeah, you just, if you're rich, you can just pop your egg and you know, you put your mix in someone else and let it go to town. Side piece. Yeah, you go to a lab and they make you a little blastoma and then you just right in there. And then 9 months later, baby, and you didn't have to do any of the work or ruin your body. My wife was the one who got pregnant 3 times, and I ruined my body anyway. I know you did, J Fresh. I know you did. If they tank the stock after earnings, when should we expect a turnaround? Sorry if you answered this. Probably immediately. I expect us to start going up like into the 17th and then run a bit after. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Kool-Aid Man. Guys, it's Kool-Aid Man. Look, and all his Kool-Aid bots. You know, you have a small female audience to begin with. I really like this channel. I don't know any reason not to like you. And stop while you're ahead. Oh, there's so many reasons not to like me besides that. How does Kool-Aid Man reproduce? Is there a Kool-Aid lady? No, asexually. Kool-Aid Man did do my dope stream card today, and it's amazing. And fitting. Yes, mitosis. Should I let Reddit know that the stock is still flat? Or just let them guess? Okay. Are you buying puts for earnings? Yeah. I have to hedge my long position, so. Post an update that's just a pancake emoji. Yes, it appears that they have failed to roll, or they have no intention of rolling. There's not enough liquidity in the market to roll. Failure doesn't necessarily need to be intentional, but it would appear that no roll is occurring. I can't see on my phone. Can you update me on the volume every 2 minutes? 1.63 million. JC, can you hear me? How much you want to bet we see shortened to close? I'll put one rehypothecated the table. I've made 3 humans in my body. It's weird and cool. That's fucking weird. That word's Can you do the rest of the stream Biden style, where you randomly alternate between whispering really close to the mic and then yelling out of nowhere? Wait, I do that already, don't I? It's above 300, Dan, for hire. Nice try. Leilu, I've made 2 whole humans. Congratulations. Sorry, I'm only taking bets that use DRS shares from now on. If I win enough of them, then I can be like, look at all these DRS shares I have. I still have to buy a chair. I do remember when I got a perm. I'm creating a market for DRS shares. Someone should be happy. You know what? Big shout out to all the people making people. Without you, there'd be no people. Or, well, we'd run out shortly. So, thank you. That's better. My wife has made 6.5 months worth of human hair in her belly. Human in her belly. I don't consider anyone human until they eat psychedelic mushrooms, so it'll be a couple years before my son is human. Interesting. It's an interesting take. No shout outs to other people making stupider people. Also, that little beefs. I mean, if no one made Kenneth Griffin, we wouldn't be long on GameStop, right? Like there'd be no MOASS. So you do have to remember that without Kenneth Griffin, there's probably no MOASS. So thanks for MOASS. Kenneth Cordell Griffin Jr. Second of his name. Will you the godfather of my next child? I will not. How dare you? Don't forget to thank Gabe Plotkin for MOASS also. That's true. Also, thank you, Gabriel Plotkin. Not only for MOASS, but for a great euphemism for poop. That's also true, Elena. Will you be the father of his next child? No. It comes with levels of responsibility that I don't want. No, but I have agreed to marry the J Fresh Ascendant Alpha Cat if his wife leaves him because he's spent too much money on GameStop. So if that happens, we can share in the mutual tax benefits. Also, I mean, you want to talk about post MOASS power couples? Let me tell you. Beyonce and Jay-Z won't be turning down any invites to our parties. I don't remember making this arrangement, but I assume I did, and it's legally binding. What would surprise you the most? GME tanking below 150 after earnings? GME shooting up above the 200 after earnings? GME just chop sideways? Can we make a poll? There's nothing like basing your opinions on the votes of large groups of people. Always a great idea. Uncle Pickle sounds pervy as hell. If a child ever calls me Uncle Pickle, I'm changing all my names on all my accounts. You know, as a matter of fact, I don't know why that's not already a thing. This poll is a disaster. Although I'm like a year older than you, will you please adopt me and be my father? Uncle Pickle seems like that uncle who was always trying to get you to sit in his lap. Yeah, I don't like that. That's a no-go. Worse than someone on SS calling us who watched the stream pickle lickers. Whatever. Let them cement your identity and coolness. You know, someone smart once said, there's no such thing as bad publicity. This poll just proves we have no idea what's gonna happen. Are they all pretty much even? I see the bullish sentiment has come out on top, but all around in a close second.
Thank you, Elena. I appreciate that. I know you don't work there. I don't. Billionaire hedge fund owner Michael Steinhardt returns 70 million in stolen art. He's gonna write it off on his taxes. What comes around is all around. Who said it? It's what goes around comes around, and that was Justin Timberlake. Well, he actually says what goes around comes back around. It's one of his many deep insights. Like the song Mirror. Because with your hand in my hand and a pocket full of soul, I can tell you there's no place we couldn't go. You know, he once looked right at the other half of him. It's a true story. What goes around never comes back. Oh man, it's getting weird in here. I always listen to his albums. We heard you tell one of our live agents to stop calling. As a direct result of this call, we have doubled down on 1217 510s. We recently partnered with your employer, BlackRock, and we are introducing a new program called Uncle Pickles for rehypothecated surrogate mortgages. Just put them in CDOs or CDSs, credit default swaps. Hey, Pi-Fi, big fan. What's up? I've always wanted to ask you, where do you get your ideas from? Which ones? You've got to be more specific. RC, bring the pain tomorrow for us. Wall Street bets. Would you rather a MOASS or a GT meet and greet? I feel like I could accomplish both. I don't want to split hairs here, but it's actually Timberland that says that. Says what? Can
Can you explain more about those seductive and fascinating things you were talking about? I think the term was 510 weekly calls. Big fan. Thanks. Hugs. Pickle Morty, stop promoting your 510s, all right? No one wants them. They're stinky. But I also hope you get rich. I already have B, little orphan Danny. Thank you for participating in our Secret Santa. This year, your recipient is Moonwind. Their interests include cover calls, ASMR eating pineapple pizza, surrogate mothers, Wetzel's pretzels, and Bad Dragon. $40 max, wrapped gift to be delivered by the 23rd. Merry Christmas. Thank you, BlackRock HR. I know just what I'm getting from. Rat song from the 80s called Round and Round. Is that the one that's like, you spin me right round like a record, baby? Right round, round, round? Is that, did I get that right? I think those are the lyrics. Do not Google Bad Dragon. I don't need to. Moonwind's already expressed to me his interest in that. Stop, you're gonna get demonetized. I need a mix of you, someone needs to do a mashup of What Goes Around Comes Around and that song from Wedding Singer or Meat Spin. Oh no. Will the spy ever recover? Probably. What's the furthest out of the money strikes you've been keeping an eye on for the December 23rd run up? Probably like 300. That's kind of as far out as I like to play on weeklies. We'll see when we approach the date, though. The little rocket's just riding on top. There, how about that? Is that better? There. I don't want to get demonetized. Was your grandfather Italian? Yeah. Fluffy, is this better? Oh, we have fun in here though, don't we? I don't know. I was asking you, Trash. We should try something more along the lines of like this. Dow looking like an angrier spy. I agree. Might be time to cut my losses here. Or wait, what day is today? Maybe I should just buy some more. I'm not chasing. I was averaging down. You're worried about a share offering tomorrow? Not really. It seems unlikely. This is because you said, I hope you get rich, even when I'm being dumb and desperate. Thank you, friend. You're welcome, Pickle Morty. Isn't averaging down chasing? I don't know. Ask DFV. Oh, he averaged down a bunch before he averaged up. What is considered rich in the US? Multi-millions of dollars. So above 10 million. Probably rich. Myrna doing some stuff? Like what kind of stuff? Oh look, people are scared of COVID again. Let's buy some whoa. Jesus fuck. Oh, those are for February. Let's buy a 300 and see what happens. For not that much money. Oh, I've lost $30 already. I wonder if webcam hot boy and girls is actually a person and they're in here learning and then their boss walks in and they have to spam their little copy pasta to stay employed. I hope so. No, my pets. Their fundamentals are so strange. I looked into them earlier this week. I think somebody asked me to. Philly cheese soup. No, I don't think I would. Cool, Matt Pickles. Is the cheese from Philly, though? I didn't know they had a lot of cows there. Where's GME? It's not on the screen right now. Because it's not doing anything. It's right here. It's just doing what it's been doing all day, which is not trade a lot of volume into close. I'm going to invest in affordable, safe parents for single housing. We should team up. Look at that. Connections being made. Do you think belly button piercings are attractive? Hmm. That depends on the belly, right? What's thesis on the spy bounce? SLD's over. It seemed like an easy play. I bought the calls last week. Man, Moderna is volatile as fuck. How does SLD affect GME price? I don't know if it does. Yeah. Yeah, SLD's monthly.
Good time to sell Moderna options. I don't know. Like, I feel like you would just get called away a lot. You buying your options today or tomorrow for earnings? Tomorrow. I'm not piercing my belly button. That sounds like a great way to get an infection. Why aren't we rich yet? I don't know. It takes time. I'm not responsible for it. Otherwise, we would have been rich far sooner. For new belly button ring, let's get matching ones. Ah, Dan Rod, that's so cute. I knew you sold out to Big Pharma. Hold on, we'll double check GME and just make sure. Oh, ooh. Okay, GME is doing a thing. Sort of. Where's this volume coming from? Well, wait. $30,000. I like it. The fuck was that? How much Ivy Crush do you think there will be on 950s? Not a lot. But I said before, if I see a good opportunity to get out of them, I will. Otherwise, I'll just average them down. This Intel Blue is trash. Stop going down, you bitch. Ooh. Bear trap? No. Sell off. Sell off or bear trap? It's starting to look like a bear trap. I fucking like it. Spike my VIX. Let's go.
But under the impression that earnings was on the 12th because I forget you Americans switch your date around. Doesn't it make more sense to have the day before the month? I never understood that. Thoughts on Baba? I'm kind of just staying away from it right now. That works too, your month day. The Europeans can keep their fancy decimal points and date systems. That's because IV went up, Matt. A little bit. Just liked your stream, now entertain me. Nope, you've been fooled, sir. You can never take your like away now. And you can't dislike because YouTube stole them. Oh, looks like I'm going to carry all my losses overnight. The like button was a bull trap. $470 SPY end of week. That's what I got my money on. YouTube pulled a Robin Hood and disabled our favorite button. Carrying my losses overnight too. Is this day trading? It's something. I miss the GME hype guy too. I don't know what became of him. Him and Fragged. We've lost many along the way. We haven't seen Sanjeet in days. No wonder we're flat. I'm not liking the bearish sentiment on earnings. Oh, in the poll? I don't think the sentiment's bearish. Uncle Pickle, will you join? I'd call. Well, not now. Not now that you've said that.
Hmm.
Twelve, 10, 180, 218, 200, 220, 230, 250, 300, 350. Very nice. 218, 150. 414, 150 put. 414, 190, 119, 24, 200, 250. Nice. Should we can OnlyFans to finance 0 DTE YOLOs? No. Oop. Are we gonna do like a 180 thing here? 178 64 closing price. Let's go. Damn. Dude, the SPY ripped hard into close. This is bullish as fuck. My SPY calls are print. Oh yeah, SPY keeps trading. I forgot about that. Hold on. The SPY is ripping right now. SPY calls trade for 15 more minutes. Okay. Ding ding. It is normal. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. I appreciate it. For all you guys that are new members, make sure to hit me up on the Discord so I can get you added to the country club. I appreciate all your kind wishes this morning. It really means a lot. More importantly, thank you guys all for the distraction today. It was nice. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Have a good night.
advisor, Frigulon.